بأن التقدم يتحقق بفضل شراكات مثمرة أساسها حوارات بناءة متبوعة بتعاون فعال يثمر عن نتائج واقعية ومؤثرة. بعد اختتام المنتدى تستمر الرحلة حاملة المزيد من الفرص المتاحة لشركات القطاع الخاص والمستثمرين. إنها لحظتنا بكل ما تحمله من زخم وفرص، حيث نسير معا نحو المستقبل بخطى ثابتة. أهلاً بكم في النسخة الرابعة من منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص.
A very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to day 2. Here we are, the PIF Private Sector Forum. It's lovely to see you all here, and thank you for joining us. Once again, I always say this is the most important stage in the entire place, right? It's all about energy here. It's about renewables. This is about what's going to power every other sector. So this is where the attention must be. And we have a great morning lined up for you. We're going to be looking later on at really shaping the path to sustainable aviation. We'll look at investment in the sector in the entire value chain. We're also going to be looking at private sector localization, many of the success stories which many of the people will share with our audience, which will be great for you. We'll have a keynote shortly on PIF efforts in clean energy and the renewable sector and the infrastructure. But right now, we're going to be looking at powering the future of industry. And again, that's what I said. It's all happening here in the energy sector. Let me get my dear panel up on the stage here for you. The CEO of Oxagon joins us. Give him a warm welcome. Vishal Wanchu is with us. Vishal, if we can put you here, please. Rad Al-Sadi, the Vice Chair of Aqua, is joining us. We're delighted to see him. And Rajat Nanda, the CEO of DataVolt. These are our 3 great speakers. And our moderator for this session, joining us now, my dear friend and senior presenter and producer for Forbes Middle East. Please welcome Ramia Faraj.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you, Ethne, for that energetic opening to this very important session. Wonderful to be here with you today, gentlemen. We have so much to learn from you. And this session is really about what turns renewable ambition into delivered capacity at scale, not targets, but execution and structure and repeatable models that really attract private capital. And, you know, we hear a lot about renewable targets. Mr. Al-Sadi, in your experience, what really separates projects that actually get delivered from those that just stay on paper?
So as you know, the renewable energy takes a lot of input for a simple output, which is electricity. But what it takes is project finance, working with OEMs, working with EPCs, working with equity and bankers, institutions. And I think this is the most challenging part. Partnering, you've seen great companies collapse because of one partnership or one bad partner. In our case, we have 108 projects, and all 108 of them have different partners, whether it's equity or banks. So I think what gets it done is managing partnerships well, looking at win-win situations, looking at execution. You see a bunch of us usually when there is a signing and we have big smiles on our faces. But usually what happens is after those, the real work starts. And if you get hung up on what you've signed or your pipeline and you don't focus on doing the basic things of executing and delivering, you lose. So at Aqua, if you look at the renewable projects here in Saudi Arabia, all renewable projects we've delivered so far have been ahead of time. And I think that gives comfort to the ecosystem.
Congratulations on that. And it really means that delivery comes when projects are properly structured from day one, doesn't it? And as Saudi accelerates its renewable ambitions through initiatives like Vision 2030, Mr. Nanda, what partnerships or innovations are really critical to ensuring energy resilience in this really rapidly growing ecosystem that we're in?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here with this august group of fellow panelists. Thank you. Let me a little bit set the context in talking a little bit about data centers, digital infrastructure, as we move away from the topic of energy. data centers, which are essentially the physical infrastructure that allows for the compute power, which is the very backbone of how AI applications, AI training models, AI inferencing models work. They are extremely power hungry physical infrastructure. But the uniqueness of that power hungry definition comes from the fact that data centers, first and foremost, are base load consumers. What that means is that they need energy 24/7. They have a need for being available at 99.99999 five nines. We have a concept of 5 nines % available. Can you imagine the world where your WhatsApp or something like that goes down? We have seen the kind of chaos that is created in the world. You can live without electricity for 1 hour, 2 hours. That's the new world. That's the new decade for us. You can live with, well, you can't live without water, but what I'm saying is you can manage shortage of water. But today, your internet, your data being down creates the biggest chaos and the biggest level of unhappiness in the society. That is the first important point to take note of. The power that is required, or the energy that is required, not only is it base load, but within the ambit of base load, it goes through a lot of spikes. And these spikes come into the system in nanoseconds, and you have to respond in nanoseconds. There are moments in the day when the chat GPTs are working at a very high level of demand on the system. And your ability to compute, to process that data and respond back has to be going in a seamless manner. And that creates a huge amount of imbalance on the grid. So the need for innovation when it comes to energy, and I'm now pretty much trying to connect the dots here between the physical infrastructure of data centers and energy, is in understanding the harmonics of the system and making sure that you do not get the whole grid to fall down because of the spike, because of the sudden need of energy and the volatility of the energy need. So there is a lot of innovation that is required around that in order to make it seamless and performing. I think the whole partnership element comes from the fact that these are infrastructure today that are seeing unprecedented amount of capex cycle. From the end of World War to 2020, whatever was spent in building this world across the third industrial revolution, we are going to see the same amount of capex cycle coming into the world in just this decade.
Wow.
The need, I mean, it's really, we have seen last week when all 3 of the big 5 tech companies announced their results. For 2026, the 3 companies in itself need 650 billion in the area of, and this is in the area of building data centers. And this is compared to the total capex in the IT sector 10 years back of 50 billion. That 650 in another 3 years, 4 years is going to be 1.5 trillion, 1.5 trillion per year by 2030. That is the amount of capex that is required. And that can only work through partnership.
The numbers are enormous, and it just means that really resilience in digital infrastructure is now directly tied to how energy projects need to be designed. And Mr. Wanshu, tell us about the main drivers that you feel are shaping global industrial transformation. And I mean, why is there demand for energy at a scale that we have never seen before?
Well, first of all, I just want to say it's great to be with two terrific partners for Oxygen, DataVolt, and Aqua Power. And I think Rajat framed it very well. I think the transformation that we're seeing in AI is a revolution that we'll never probably see, well, we haven't seen in the last century. And we thought 25 years ago the internet was a big transformation. That pales in comparison to what we're seeing in AI today. The projections are 300 gigawatts by 2035, and the numbers keep changing. And they are going to change because they keep getting bigger and bigger. And it is a global race. As Rajat pointed out, the hyperscalers, and it's not just them, are escalating their investments because time to market is so crucial. The use of AI started with consumers certainly, but it's picking up in a very, very big way at the enterprise level. Companies are adopting agentic AI. It's getting integrated into the workflows. It's getting integrated into the workforce. And we know that the most demanding piece of AI is energy. It is an energy-hungry ecosystem. And this is where I think if you look at what Saudi Arabia can do, it has an enormous opportunity to really join that race and be a big player. But just coming back to your question on industrial transformation is going to be driven, the next phase of it is by AI. Those companies that adopt AI are going to win the race. And that is going to be absolutely critical. And you see that even today, people adopting AI technologies to improve manufacturing, to improve cycle time, to improve their cost, delivery times, and it's just a natural evolution that's going to take place. And if you look at kind of what Oxygen has really started focusing on, and this is probably an evolution that we've gone through by ourselves, is two ecosystems that are very tightly linked, as Rajat said. It's the renewable energy ecosystem, and Saudi is a huge player and will be a big player with 130 gigawatts installed by 2030. So we want to be able to manufacture or attract companies that manufacture these systems and provide to Aqua Power and make sure that we can provide these domestically with manufacturing capability that we can establish in this region. And the second is developing and becoming really an AI supercluster in the region. So these are two big ecosystems that are transformational for the future of...
The pace of demand is exceptional, and it really explains why industry is now actually driving demand, not just government targets, not just policy. And Mr. Al-Saadi, tell us where the next wave of large-scale renewable opportunities are really emerging here in the kingdom.
Thank you. That's the question that most boardrooms today are discussing while we're here.
Consider this your boardroom for this morning.
This is precisely what we discussed. We spent in Saudi Arabia, and specifically in Aqua, a lot of our energy producing and working on construction of renewable projects. Now a lot of them are coming into the system, and a lot of the early production was going through to go to energy transition. A lot of it is going for consumer use, residential use, but now I think we're entering the second wave. You see industrial use. I will probably leave this session and go join another session on mining, and you know that there's a lot of energy required on that. Industry requires a lot of energy. If you go to mobility, shipping, ESAF, there's a lot of requirements there. What all of these have in common is energy. You need it either to produce green fuels, in our case, or to produce simple electrons. So I think now is the transition mentally for us from just producing to feed the grid so that we can send to homes, to now seeing how can we make this a differentiator for Saudi Arabia, rather than just an energy transition away into a greener Saudi, which has been a noble cause that we've been pursuing. I think the next evolution of that is how can we make this energy that we've built, make it a differentiator. You've seen, it came out I think a couple of days ago, GDP growth in the G20 countries. Saudi is amongst the top in terms of percent of growth for G20. How are we going to feed that? We're going to feed it in industries various industries, all available in Saudi Arabia. But I think Rajit is right. A lot of this will be feeding into data centers. But my last comment I wanted to make, companies like Aqua, if you're not careful, when there's a lot of demand, if you're not careful, you can develop some bad habits. A lot of demand makes you slightly inefficient, makes you slightly uncompetitive if you're not careful. And the 20 years we've built in developing good habits, we can lose it if we're not careful. Saudi Arabia has the world's lowest energy costs, the lowest water costs, and that is by design. The only message I want to get across to myself first, to my colleagues and everyone here, we need to continue with what's worked, is to continue to be competitive and reliable. Otherwise, everything else we built around it will be a house of cards. The moment we lose that competitiveness, we lose everything we've built around it.
Very great advice. And, you know, the opportunities are clearly linking to both industrial growth and economic growth, and that is something that you need to capitalize on and really cherish. And considering the IEA's forecast for a doubling of electricity demand from data centers by 2030, Mr. Nanda, how would you say clean energy can become a competitive advantage for digital infrastructure, particularly in the context of power-hungry AI applications?
Thank you for this question. And I'm going to share with my fellow panelists and also with the audience here some very important data points, okay, around the cost. The first data point that I would like to share is, if you combine the energy infrastructure and the DC infrastructure, which are essentially one integrated system, in the context of the total life cycle cost, the energy cost is anywhere between 30% to 50% of that overall infrastructure, the data center infrastructure and the energy infrastructure. The variability being 30 to 50% is because of the cost of the energy. So key message here on this first data point is how important is energy in contributing towards demonstrating the lowest cost of compute.
Correct.
That's the first point. The second point is here to go quickly around the world and look at data points in terms of the energy cost that is feeding into the AI stack today. If you are in California, you pay 40 cents per kilowatt hour, give or take. If you are in Texas, you are anywhere between 6 to 8.5 cents. If you are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, at the battery limits of the power station, you are generating renewable power anywhere between this year's cost, 1.25 cents to 1.8 cents.
Incredible, yeah.
1/40th the cost of the world's 5th largest economy, California. If California were a country today, it would be the world's 5th biggest economy in terms of GDP. And the people there pay 40 cents versus the kingdom, which generates at the battery limit of the plant, and then you have to add the transmission cost and so on and so forth, 1.5 cents average between wind and solar. I gave you also the data points around what is the cost of energy in the life cycle cost of managing that infrastructure over 25 years. Today, this country has the best demonstrated track record of delivering copious amounts of renewable energy, 20 gigawatts per year. And Aqua Power is doing 12 to 13 out of that 20 gigawatts.
14.
On top of that, the lowest cost of energy in the world, significantly lower. On top of that, the most reliable energy that you can, flow of energy that you can think of. And the last but not the least is the greenium element, which today in the US is not being priced, okay, in this regime, but the rest of the world is still pricing carbon footprint. And you get that for free on top of that. So there is no other place in the world which can give you these elements, which are 30 to 35 or 40% of the cost of delivering that compute power. The kingdom stands poised at the crossroad of really taking that leapfrog and demonstrating to the world that it can very successfully be the AI hub, at least on the bottom of the stack, in terms of the infrastructure that it provides for the compute power across the whole planet.
The opportunities are immense, especially when considering the remarkable cost savings. And Mr. Wanch,
And I will tell you one
yes.
thing, sorry I'm interrupting, Aranya. Last 1.5 months, we see a lot of chatter and a lot of talk about data centers in the space. Okay, anyone who's reading the Wall Street Journal or Financial Times, I'm sure, is reading about all the chatter about data centers being put up in the space. My call to the world is, please, first and foremost, exploit the potential of this planet before you talk about the space. You know, this whole business of talking about the space in anticipation of the IPO of SpaceX and stuff like that. Let's get into the real stuff. Let's build inside this planet first before we talk about what we can do in the space.
And capitalize on the opportunities at home. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Wanchu, as energy and AI workloads grow in parallel, what characteristics are really positioning emerging regions and industrial developments at a competitive edge? And what's Oxygen doing to position itself as a leader in the AI transformation?
I'm just going to come back to what Rajat said, and I think framed it well, which is the kingdom has a tremendous opportunity to be a net exporter of AI technology, AI tokens. And that's driven by the fact that we have the lowest cost of renewable energy. And that was demonstrated early on, and I'll just take this one example, when Aqua Power and Air Products were looking for setting up a NEOM or setting up a green hydrogen plant. Mm-hmm. The reason that they chose Oxygen as a location was because of, one, the location from an export standpoint, and two, the cost of renewable energy, that they could produce at scale. And today there's 4 gigawatts of renewable energy that's been essentially almost implemented fully in NEOM that's powering this green hydrogen plant, which is the largest green hydrogen plant in the world. But just coming back to AI, the biggest opportunity we have in the kingdom is to be a net exporter, as I said, and the predictions are that that could be about 8 gigawatts by 2035. And at Oxygen, we want to be a participant of that. As I said in the beginning, it's a race to who can provide AI data center infrastructure in the quickest way. And it starts with power, followed by land, followed by water and connectivity. Those are really the primary pieces of infrastructure that you have to make sure are available for the hyperscalers to believe that they can actually utilize these data centers and they can be built on a speedy basis. And what we did I would say at NEOM and Oxygen was ensuring that we have those 4 elements. We are blessed by being in a location that is in close proximity to 3 continents. We have the advantage of being able to provide very low latency, which is extremely important in data center technology. We've laid 400 kilometers of subsea cables, so we are connected to Europe. We'll soon be connected to Africa, as well as to Asia. Those are the continents that are going to be needing AI tokens. They're going to be net importers, and we can export to them. And that's a unique opportunity that we have. So we have built and put in place the power infrastructure. We have the connectivity. We have the location advantage of latency. And we have the water infrastructure. And we have master planned land that is available to build AI data centers. And that's really what attracted DataVolt in setting up this 1.5 gigawatt capability in Oxygen. And that is really key.
Absolutely. So scale really depends on getting energy, industry, and location right at the same time. And Mr. Asadi, tell us how long-term visibility and pipeline planning help attract consistent private capital into renewables.
Thank you for that question. I was actually thinking, how can I pivot from whatever you were going to ask me to that point? So you made it easier for me.
I read your mind.
Yeah, so because this is exactly, I think Vishal discussed what is needed in terms of land and energy. And I think if we would have continued, he would have talked about some of the intangibles that are needed or things that people don't talk about. Policy, long-term visibility, stability, bankability. I think all of these, you can put them in one cluster, which is basically allowing developers and lenders and equity partner, foreign investors, to see beyond the transaction. Everything else the country is endowed with, other countries have some of it. I think very few countries have all of the other items put together, but some do. But I think what differentiates Saudi is a clear policy regime. If you look at the green hydrogen, NEOM green hydrogen project, the amount of policy that we had to create collectively, the collective we, to build this project would have taken literally decades elsewhere. There was no, we built the world's first green hydrogen plant. How do you do it when there's no regulation? Because it did not exist before. We work with the system. I think that's what differentiates Saudi. The second thing, if you look at the renewable program in Saudi, at 130 gigawatts, from day one it was clear. The team we built at Aqua was not for the first two tenders. We built a team to feed that vision of 130 gigawatts by 2030. So that long-term visibility and stability of the policy regime allows us to be brave, allows us to be daring, I'll even say, and risk takers. Effectively, if you look at what our business model is as a developer, you create a project or projects. You bring partners that look at this. There is inherent risk in that project, construction completion. You start de-risking that project. You create an offtake. You finish there. You have good partners. You have good policy. And then you go out and you deliver. Then the next set of projects come at a lower cost because people saw you deliver. Then lower. And now we're the lowest in the world. And we're still targeting to go lower. I think when we're at our best, our clients are happy and our competitors are displeased.
It just shows that capital really follows predictability and follows stability.
Yes.
And Mr. Nanda, from an investor's point of view, what gives confidence that renewable projects here can scale reliably over time? And why is this so important to the kingdom's ambitions to be an AI leader?
Look, I think part of this question has already been responded by Rad and also by Vishal. So let me take a step back and not just speak about the energy part of it, but let me speak about NEOM in general and map it vis-a-vis the whole investor interest out there. You know, we all speak about the fact that data is the new oil, okay? And everyone recognizes it. Today, NEOM, from its global advantage, is probably the #1 place in the world when it comes to the geo-economics of data business. There is no place in this planet which has all the advantages that NEOM has. It's a place which is connected to 50% of the eyeballs of the world. 1.2 billion people in Africa, 450 million people in EU, 2 billion people just between India, Pakistan and Bangladesh through Oman. It has 17 in the last 9 years, thanks to the vision of the Crown Prince and Vision 2030. They have built 17 points of connectivity, subsea cables to this country. which is going to 24 by the end of 2027, in 23 months from now or 22 months from now. The ability to process and create that compute power and give it back to the rest of the world, whether in the form of training, whether in the form of inferencing, is sitting there. We spoke about the competitiveness of the energy, which is 30 to 50%. Well, in this case, it would be more like 30%. We spoke about the connectivity advantage. We spoke about the ability to have big land masses. The last 9 years, this country was the biggest builder amongst all the countries of the world. $100 billion of construction was taking place. There was a supply chain that was working when the rest of the world saw the most fragile supply chain during the COVID period. We were still building tens of billions. I was myself involved in the power and water and the green hydrogen, building all of that in the height of the COVID crisis, when everything had come to a standstill all across the world. So that experience, that knowledge, that wisdom of supply chain, of building, all of that exists out here over the last decade. The most important thing in terms of intangible, that exists in this country and is unique and is the biggest advantage is the political will. No country in the world has the kind of political will at scale that this country has. And you combine all of this, this is an investor's delight. This is where all the action is taking place in the world. This is where all the socio-economic transformation is taking place. So I think that NEOM's ability to catapult itself to become the world's inferencing capital, to become the world's training capital, to become the world's AI capital, is not just a pipe dream, but a reality that is coming fast and furious.
Absolutely remarkable progress that has been made in the kingdom with Vision 2030. Obviously, the North Star goal that everyone is aspiring to achieve. And unfortunately, we have run out of time for this panel, but I think it's clear that renewables in Saudi are really enabling industry, they're enabling digital growth, and private sector participation at scale. And I want to thank our panelists very much for being here today and highlighting that for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks to that, Ramya. Thank you so much. I do need you to exit the stage.
Yeah, we're
Sorry.
just going to have a quick photo. Is that fine?
Quick. Move to the front.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, we're not quite ready for that, but there's plenty of people here. Here's a cameraman. Here we are. We have a guy. Good. Okay, again, there we heard really powering the future of industry, really looking at what's going on in the sector. And I just think the fascinating stories we've heard there from Oxagon, Aqua, and DataVolt. Well done to all of you, and keep up the good work. We have so much there that I think we're going to hear so much in the future. And we really welcome all of you. Thank you so much. We're doing a quick turnaround here now today, so thank you, gentlemen, so much. Thank you. And again, Ramya Faraj there, thank you so much. Our next panel, please stay with us, please. I know there's a lot of great demand on my dear colleagues, but I will have to ask for any conversation to happen outside the room, if you would. We need to start our next panel. So, gentlemen, please, if we can move it outside the room, if we have any press inquiries, media inquiries, I need to move on to the next panel. We're going to be looking at, and to the rest of my dear people, please come and join us, and please do sit. Lots of seating over here on this side. We're looking at private sector localization success stories. Let me get my panel up here and let's get started on this next session. From Alupco, Khaled Abdulmonim is with us. Khaled, I think you're in the house and delightful to see you here. Come on, give him a warm welcome here. Well done here.
Thank you very much.
Najam Said Hussein, the CEO of Alpha Middle East, is joining us for this next panel. They're a bit slow, my friends, this morning. I need to move that energy here. And from ePower International Group, all the way from Belgium, the President for Global Sales and Revenue, General Manager, Saudi Arabia, and Mina, it is Joe Gavin himself. So this is my great panel here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. And can I please call my room to order, please, please, please. Never mind, Khaled, we can talk louder than them, so we have the microphones. I know it is a busy time. Khaled, talk to me a little bit about, the work that you've been doing. 50-year-old, leader in the aluminum, whatever sector you want to call it. It's a little bit of both. And talk to me about, the big diversification that you've seen and what drove that shift into diversification. And how, did NND support and KSA really help that move for you?
First, thank you very much for having us. The journey started with the creator of the company 50 years ago who saw the future of Saudi Arabia. Because 1975, industry in Saudi Arabia was very primitive, so they saw it coming. They started actually with industry that they built, and we are enjoying the best things that they did. For us, we came to another point, which is looking at the future. There was lots of changes. Some of them is a market change, some of them is requirement change, quality change. And then Saudi Arabia came with 2030 vision that added more transparency for the future of Saudi Arabia. With that, we had to adapt and create a new set of menu that will appeal more to our clients. This actually requires some aluminum that we are in, and definitely some other products. So we started to engage into non-structural steel, wood products, light, marbles, hangers, but all of them are more solution-oriented versus raw material. So our client today with the mega project, they're not interested in dealing with raw material. They're interested in providing them with a solution that will install and help them to go forward.
And again, when you look at the opportunities that exist here, I mean, you've clearly made the right move.
Yeah,
huh?
We're very fortunate. We're very fortunate for that. From in the actually what happened.
No, we'll come back to that. Let me get our other colleagues in this first round. But I'm excited to hear the progress of the story. Najim, we look at Alpha Middle East, and really you have now a strong presence here in the kingdom. What's been, I suppose, the key milestones in the localization journey so far? Tell us.
So for us, it's been a unique, this is not our first rodeo here as Alpha Middle East. We've been here for the last, we would say, about 15 to 20 years.
So that's actually helpful too, because
it's very helpful, yes.
You know the, not so much the horror stories, but the dark old days. There were times it wasn't as easy as it is today,
yes,
huh?
For sure. I mean, we've gone through 3 different organizations here. We've established 3 Fortune 100s here.
Right.
This is our 3rd one. And so we've seen the progress that's happened in the kingdom. And by far, our engagement with PIF and NDD has been most pleasurable. Because we've seen it when it was initially Asagia and then the Ministry of Investments, and then now we've come to this. They've all facilitated well, but the progression and the experience has changed, and the ease which it provides to the people that are coming into the kingdom and wanting to establish and do business here is visible clearly over the years here. So yeah, it's for us, the key milestones has been based on our experiences, to make sure the governance is clear and strong, the infrastructure stability is there with regards to our factories and production that we're doing for the products. And then finally, the demand fulfillment side of it, because demand creation is already here with the number of projects that are being generated in the kingdom. So what we need to be ready for is with the demand fulfillment side of it, and that's what we focused on. Those have been our milestones.
And again, it's so important you meet that demand. That demand is moving rapidly. Sure. Joe, now you're probably the newcomer on the block in one way, and we're so happy to have you here in the kingdom. When did you realize, I suppose, that KSA was not just another export market, but a place that you decided at ePower to really look at seriously and actually to build the company on the ground?
Okay, thanks very much for having us here, Ethna. I appreciate it. It's good to be with another Irish woman, it is there.
Slowly, the infiltration is happening, huh?
That's it. No, so us as ePower, we were based in Europe, and we decided as a 30-year-old company to start expanding. We did globally. Through us, we were in the manufacturing of power units and generators, hybrid units, hydrogen units, etc. We saw an opening throughout the world at the time that both America, Australia, Asia, and here as a great opportunity. The difference, what we saw within the kingdom was that for the next 10 years, especially with Vision 2030, that this was a place that you could really make an impact with. Making that impact, though, it wasn't that you could just export from Europe or wherever. We had to come here, we had to be part of the full goal, the full situation. So that is why we saw this as a place that we could strategically place ourselves, not just to actually to sell within here, but to also export from here as well to other regions, which we see is very important.
And I think that's one of the key things that we've heard even yesterday too, that the PIF is also, looking for and hoping for, that you're not just coming in to do a bit of business, but actually it's to build that capacity in there and put that stamp, made in KSA. That's the big stamp that we all need to see on everything running around for the next while. Najim, talk to us, I suppose, about the biggest opportunities and maybe even the gaps that, had happened over the years. Again, that convinced you to localize operations and production here? Because it was a very, very different business climate, even 10 years ago. So, I think now, and we'll be talking later in the day too, about making it easy for people to come and do business here. But it hasn't always been as easy, let's say.
For sure, yeah. I mean, our first factory setup was in 2017, and even in this 9-year time frame, this new factory that we're doing is the first of its kind in the kingdom. Producing the OPGW cable for the electrical markets here. What we noticed in this 9 years, the change in with regards to how the establishment happens, what the government is doing to subsidize the manufacturing part of it, what the government is doing to support the manufacturers coming in, all of this has evolved tremendously over the 9 years itself. So we do see that initiative and support and help that's coming in from the kingdom, the government side of it, by easing of regulation, by facilitating the subsidies and stuff like that for the manufacturers as well. So yeah, these things have definitely changed from project to project for us over the last 9 years in itself.
And I think, like in probably many countries too, it's getting rid of the bureaucracy that's there.
Absolutely.
The digitalization has really helped. It's built efficiencies in there. So in all, it's almost 360 from where it was probably 10 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, we have a centralized form of government here, but it's the most digitized at this stage that I have ever seen. Maybe 85-90% of our work is digitized, that we do, the engagements that we have. It's very surprising, and it's very pleasurably surprising, you can say, that that the progression that has happened is really good to witness and really great to see and be a part of.
No, it's good, and even on the last panel we heard there, how the political will is there and how important that political will is, I think, in the country here. But even at the opening session, if any of you noticed it, the title of the session yesterday was Government Working for Business, and there was a big banner that said that. I mean, I think that's very, very encouraging to all the private business that's here. Talk to me, Khaled, about how you identify the products particularly that are the right target for localization and manufacturing them here. And there might be one or two people in the audience that don't know exactly what you're doing. So it might also help them because they may be in a sector, a support sector that can also help. So in fact, for all of you, maybe we'll get a little bit more into what you do. Khaled.
Perfect, thank you. What we do actually provide solution for building construction. So all the stuff that you need for your building, we offer to our clients. And in the past, if looking at 30 and 20 years ago, and before actually 5 years ago, we were looking at the crystal ball, trying to find out what to do in the future. Right. What happened with actually PIF and the support that they give to us, they provide us with more transparency with what the future look like. So we start to understand the mega project and the requirement of the mega project, the timing of the requirement, and sometimes they go further into actually telling you who to partner with, how to get the technology from outside the country, which makes it easier for investor to decide, because the enemy of the investor is the doubtful of future.
Yeah,
so,
a crystal ball is not much use to an investor, huh?
Yeah.
Especially if it's a little bit cloudy anywhere.
Everywhere with the circumstances and the political scene that you see worldwide nowadays, the fear is there. And when you have more data and more transparency, you take more educated guess for the future. So we started to go from guesstimates to best estimates, which is very, very strong for building business for the future, not building business for 1 day or 2 days.
Joe, and again to Joe also, and to Najim, congratulations to both of you. You signed MOUs yesterday, so this is also really good. But Joe, talk to me and perhaps tell people a little bit more about what you're doing in the generator space, but also coming from a very established legacy market in Europe and Belgium, and then coming to this very fast-moving market, I suppose, right now. What are the lessons that you can bring from perhaps Europe and bring them to this market as we look to 2030 and beyond?
Yeah, I think it's this market it's very different than the European, American markets, Australia, Asia. As we spoke to the colleagues outside, the market here in the Kingdom is very much a person-to-person market. You really have to get to know the person before you go in a sense, to do the kill, to do the sell. Where in Europe, it's more about your product. You have the product,
so
you can
sell it.
It's
more transactional there, yeah?
Yeah, it's very much more transactional.
Yeah.
You come here, you build a relationship. You come to the next level. You become nearly like a family member here with the person. You show
drink
love.
a lot of coffee, yeah.
You drink a lot of coffee.
And hopefully the Saudi coffee.
Exactly.
The PIF company Saudi coffee.
Yes, and then you move to the next level where you come to the product. And still at that point, it can go to another level before you actually do any deals. So for us as a power company, and we have the normal generators, which they can get, but we've also got the sustainable. So you have to bring them on a journey with your company. And from doing that, I think it's a lot easier in the Kingdom to do that, because they're willing to listen to you and they're willing to go on a journey with you, which I think is really, really important. And it's different than we see in Europe and America and that.
And do you think also there's a sense of practicality about the Saudis as well? They want to get stuff done, they need to get it done quickly, and they realize they don't need to reinvent the wheel. So they're very happy to bring in the technology, the innovation, the ideas from what has worked.
I think that's very, very important. They don't want to reinvent the wheel because they understand that the products are always there, are already there. So why not work with the people that already have it, bring it to actually the next level though. I think that's very, very important here, that they do want to bring it to the next level as well, which is really, really good. And it helps your company globally, that does, which is very important, because they have a lot of knowledge, interest, which isn't seen in other places.
And again, a huge global market out there, but a huge domestic market as well, which will then hopefully go further. Khaled, talk to me about the international players that you've partnered with over the years. And again, bringing that know-how to the Kingdom, that idea that what's been tried and tested, is good, and then bring it here and then help with the localization journey.
Thank you very much. Actually, you mentioned not reinventing the wheel. And this was a choice in the past. Today, it's not a choice. With the speed of the market, you don't have the time and the luxury of doing it yourself. So the decision was there to get into partnership with know-how suppliers, get them in the country, work with them. The beauty about what we have in Saudi Arabia is it's a very attractive market. So the convincing part is easy. We had actually signed with 16 multinational companies from outside Saudi Arabia, some of them from the US, Array Technologies, Matrix, all of them are NASDAQ listed, and Gaptec from Spain, Mac Metal from China. So we have diversified group for actually coming out from Saudi Arabia to make sure that we satisfy the customer portfolio that we have. Too many projects. We are in the power generation. We are in the power. We are in the water, actually infrastructure, building construction. So we need to get lots of solutions. And with that, we go to our partners with a checklist, how to choose a partner, what do we need from them. Very transparent process that gets us very quickly to the implementation phase.
And I was going to ask you indeed about that different sectors that you're serving right now. Because yes, you talked about the diversification earlier, but now the sectors that are, probably are your big focus at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of people think that this is diversification. In reality, we look at the core, actually, the target audience, the consumer, and the consumer is not diversified. Sometimes we actually offer them different menus with different items, and this is a single menu that we offer to different clients. Everyone has different needs. So Aqua Power has needs, water, actually NHC, NWC, Every one of them has different needs. With that, we diversify our portfolio to make sure that it satisfies our target audience. The point in Saudi Arabia, we look at always first at something that we need today, tomorrow, and day after, which is repeatability. The second is growing with the future, so something that we do and scale it in the future. And third, to be profitable. And the three of them are happening everywhere in Saudi Arabia with all the mega projects.
Talk to us a little bit, Najim, now about, I suppose, challenges you face when you want to scale up here, because we want to see that localization, but there's supply chains, there's regulatory issues, demand, certainty, uncertainty. I mean, there's a lot going on out of there. Also talent in the sector. I mean, are there enough people, waiting for the jobs that you were all bringing in Saudi? Are they lining up, knocking on your door?
So we had a different approach for this. What we've done is, with our product portfolio, we've approached the universities here locally. We've facilitated labs inside those universities, training those students, and then recruiting from those universities the people that we need for our production, for on the manufacturing side of it. So we've gone the Apple route, where we've kind of went into the roots and build ourselves from there. And so talent has not been a big challenge for us, or there's no shortage as such for that. And also the automation of the machinery helps as well, where that much skilled talent is not necessarily required, so it's mostly unskilled labor that's needed for that, just to manage the automation of the machinery that's in the factories. The challenges, I guess, would be from a process perspective. If we had more clear process perspective laid out by the clients, of course, there's a hesitation on commitment. These kinds of things are there. So that makes it a little bit unclear for scale for us to make sure the demand fulfillment side is ready to meet the demand of the client. So these are some of the challenges that we face, but I think those, in this particular case, like I said, we've evolved with PIF and NDD particularly. They've facilitated us in our entry, and our scale actually has happened specifically because of PIF's and NDD support. Otherwise, we would have maintained the factories that we have, but this new MOU that you had mentioned yesterday,
yes,
and the digitization that we talked about earlier, and in the session before they talked about the data center requirement, all of this requires a infrastructure of fiber, and we wanted to scale that, but we were a little bit hesitant, but with the help of PIF and NDD, getting us into organizations like SEC and all of that, we decided that this was the time to go. And so those challenges that we did face have been overcome by the help and support of the organization now. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the great things in terms of the role and the determination where what PIF wants to do.
Absolutely,
to make sure,
yeah. That's the big difference too for us. Yeah.
And again, that big difference from many years ago. Joe, talk to me perhaps a little bit about that, but also about, when you came here as a standalone company, then in your relationship now with Al Jazeera Construction. What does having a strong local company do for ePower?
Yeah, so when we came here, we worked with Tizama, which is a PIF company, formerly BIAC, and they were very helpful because as we said there, we came in as a standalone company first of all. The reason we done that is because we wanted to learn the market first of all. We didn't just want to...
that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, we just didn't want to jump in, go and say we can do the exact same as Europe. So in a 6 to 12 month process, we have learned the market, and at this point then we decided to join a joint venture with the Al Jazeera Construction Engineering Company. From that, what you get is the credibility. It shows that you've got access then to government agencies. It also brings a lot more for compliance, licensing, etc., a lot of help in that sense. So they know the market in what you are bringing to the market. They can help you to go to the next levels, which as a standalone company you'll find quite difficult, we found. And that's how we saw it. So having a joint venture is very important, we feel, that you have that partner to bring you to where you want to go. Where as a standalone company it will be a lot longer a process.
Stay with me for a moment because I know, you're still in the early stages, so you might not have recruitment issues and talent issues yet. But when you look at the prospect of recruitment in the future out there, how certain are you that you've got the skilled labor that you're going to need?
Yeah, and that's how it's very important to understand that as well. The partner we joined comes from a background in construction, the steel industry, automotive industry and certain things. So that helps us as well with the type of people that we need. We also will bring a number of people to our facilities in Belgium, train them up to a level, then bring them back here to train the local staff. We want to make this as localized as possible, which I think is very, very important as well. It's not a situation where we want to say, bring in all the expats, do everything for us. No, that is not. Yes, you'll have to have a certain amount of quality that is needed, but the knowledge can come locally as well, because you have to bring it up to a level. You can't do everything from Europe or from wherever. Localization is very important.
And also, where do you see your demand coming from? You're in mainly the generator sector. Now,
Yeah.
that can come from a small one to a sizable one.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's another great thing about the Kingdom with Vision 2030, in that you're looking at so many different options, because as you said, you can go from 0 kVAs to call up to megawatts. So you're looking at construction industries, you're looking at entertainment industries,
Right.
data centers. Like, there's so much of a call at the moment for these products. And we're not the only one here. There's plenty of room for all these other partners as well. Because at the moment, this is one of the areas that we see for the next 10 years that will have the call for this product.
Well, that's good to hear. Khaled, come back to the localization concept and the talent that's in Saudi Arabia and the people that's needed. You know, you've been here a while and you've been, working with the talent that's here and really increasing the Saudi representation in the business. But what are you doing to make sure that you're developing that and that it's an ongoing process?
Yeah, let me start from, there is realities that we need to look at. So unemployment of Saudi in the industrial sector is 2.8%, which means that the talents and the amount of people are not there.
I mean, it's good in one way when we have such healthy figures on unemployment, but for you,
exactly.
Yes.
So looking traditionally in headhunting, so
Yes.
if you take somebody from other company, will be more expensive. It's not sustainable. And looking at the other side of hiring expats, it's not sustainable as well, because you are in the market, you're required for certain Saudization. It's not by the law, it's by principles from your side. So what my colleagues here mentioned about actually hiring Saudis early on from dealing with universities, dealing with institutions to get new talent into the system, train them well, because you need experience within your field. We have the example of Divar, our actually partner. They are from Europe and they started business outside Europe. So to do this, if you look at the company, there is too many expats. The diversity of the team is there. And as we diversify our product, we diversify our workforce as well, because this is the asset that you need. So now we are 40% Saudization. We have female actually
40%.
representation. Yeah, 40%.
Well done, yes.
In the management level, we are above 40. So in reality, we're represented within Saudization at every level, which is genuine. If you are genuine in coming to the marketplace and you are a long-term thinker, you need to actually keep increasing this percentage. You don't cry on the unemployment of 2.8% or how expensive is this or that. You need to look at it, because anywhere else, we're asked for 95 and 98% actually localization of talents.
Good. I mean, and long may that continue, but it will continue to be a bit of a challenge. And it's good, I think, that so many people are getting upskilled in it. Najim, talk to me about how localization, I suppose, has strengthened Alpha's Middle East long-term competitiveness. Because you're pretty much anchored here now, as you say, having given yourself many years to be here now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that.
So the growth that's happening here is unparalleled to any other place in the world at the moment for us, for our industry. The number of projects, the value and the amount of projects that are taking place here, I mean, they all require this as their core infrastructure product. So it only made sense for us from a logistic point of view, from fulfilling the demand in a timely perspective, all of that we have a local presence here. So that's why we did the initial one, and then now we scaled it up. So providing it on time in the space that's required for the growth and facilitating that's been the driving figure for us to focus on localization and scaling that localization here.
And when you look at that localization, Najim, how do you then fit to other international players that are coming in here? Because they must now be looking at what you're doing and probably even partnering with you. I mean, this is the possibility when you scale so well here.
Well, yesterday's MOU that you mentioned that we had, those were the partners that wanted to come in. Although they're a 100-plus-year-old company, they saw that there was value in partnering with us because of the vision that we had. So yes, we definitely see that this is the way to go for focusing us into this region. We've also made our organization Riyadh as the regional headquarters for Alpha Middle East. So we've kind of restructured the entire organization around the kingdom for us. So because this is where we see the growth happening.
Well, that's exciting. Joe, again, talk to me about the competitive advantage that you think now we're looking at here in terms of also, I suppose, the balance between global oversight and Saudi-based execution here.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things when you come here is you're showing commitment. You're showing you're committing yourself to the kingdom and that you want to be part of the full journey with them. The global oversight, as you said, versus it shows we're bringing the insight from a global aspect to stuff they might not have had here at the point. So it's giving the customer the confidence that you're investing within the region, you're building within the region, you're hiring within the region, so that they're actually buying then, in a sense, a Saudi product with the quality of a global aspect, which I think is really important because in a lot of countries they don't actually have all the knowledge to bring here. So if you, as another company that has the global knowledge, it gives them the expertise then to go global as well. So now we bring it in, the knowledge, but also for them to bring it back out into other areas. So I think that's really, really important. So you're bringing global standards to the area, and I think that's good.
And again, probably, within the industrial sector, within the manufacturing sector, stay with me on this, Joe, just a minute. Saudi may not have been renowned in this, in the past. But clearly, those were discussions you had when you thought about coming over here, bringing your product here, putting a different stamp on it than a European stamp. Yeah. So clearly, you have the confidence that this is going to work.
Yeah, and I think the confidence we got coming here as well, everything that we need to build our products is not here yet. We all understand that. But we were given the confidence that if we need stuff, that they are willing also to bring other companies to the region so that you can build a full product, Saudi-made, within time. It all won't happen within the next year, 12, 24 months. But over a period of time, they're actually, from us coming to the region, will bring other companies to the region. So in an aspect, it's a help for everybody, it is.
And it's great to be one of the trailblazers on this. Khaled, talk to me about over the years how you've seen your competitiveness grow, particularly for this region. And again, talk about being right place at right time, because you were one of the companies who had a stronghold here. But how has it strengthened Alupco's competitiveness globally, you think?
Yeah, if I look first at where we are today, we are available in 26 countries.
Oh, okay.
In addition to Saudi Arabia. 60% of our sales is in Saudi Arabia, 40% is actually made globally. So we are a global company from Saudi Arabia. We have a locally made product in Saudi Arabia that we sell everywhere. Having the product in Saudi Arabia, they allow you the freedom of actually trading with other countries. They get you the best, actually, you can get the raw material from anywhere. You can get the raw material from inside the country. There is less tariff or no tariff actually to import for industrial reasons if you are manufacturer. And also, you have a country that has great relationship with everybody. I was talking with my colleagues, this is one of the single country on earth that has no problem with anybody else. So starting from this point, we capitalize on this relationship. And we have logistics everywhere because the location also is a golden location in the network. We are in the middle of the world. So access to everywhere is available. So capitalize on this. We make the right product at the right quality. We partner up with the right partner. We make the right product to sell it everywhere. What you need to do is to listen to the future, know what's the demand of the future, make it available, make sure that you're competitive, and here you go.
And also, I think for you, you know, and any of well, for probably all of you, you have to be very encouraged to look then at the transportation routes, at the shipping routes, at all of the developments in other sectors that are supporting you.
100%. It's not you by yourself. You need to look at everything around you. Because if logistics actually, because of any reason, is going more expensive, and sometimes the currency actually, we used to sell to Morocco, for example. Every time the euro versus the dollar change, Europe become less actually expensive and less combative. Us, we become less combative. So you need to observe what happened in the world and reformulate your operating system to capitalize on the better logistics, better insurance, better supply chains, better actually manufacturing, and less costs. Because it's not okay to keep going with the same product to the same customer and that's it. You have to renew your offer every day.
We have to wrap this up, and Joe, let me just maybe start with you. If somebody was to come knocking on your door now looking for almost a shortcut to come into Saudi, since you have been maybe one of the more recent ones that have had to deal with all of these issues, so you know what works, what doesn't work, you know, in the near past. What would be, I suppose, the big tips and the help that you could give to people in terms of what do they need to do, what do they need to watch out for, and where might they get the best return?
I think there's probably about 4 things, in our opinion, that you need to do. I think first of all is you have to listen. You really have to listen to what the market want and what people want here. Don't just come in and think you can come in as an OEM or whatever and do what you want to do and do what you've done both Europe, around the world. Bring in some local talent at the start to help you within your company. They will bring you to the right people, and that's how we, when working with Tizama and PIF, they advise us like that. Get somebody local that can get you talking to governments, can get you talking to the different mega giga projects, etc. like that. Form a strategic alliance partnership at the right point, that you bring it to the next level, because that will bring you to the next level of getting the licenses, getting to the proper customers, etc. And then invest tangibly, invest correctly then, invest in the right place, where you want your offices, where you want your manufacturing happening, investing in the right joint ventures, etc. And from that there, you become more, rather than a supplier, you form a strategic alliance with your partners. So you're not just a supplier, you're a team then. And I think that's the way I found it the best.
And I mean, it sounds wise words there, because if you don't have that plan, that strategy, and again, I think that's what, you know, the partners want to see, that's what PIF wants to see. Yeah. It's no point coming in not knowing where you're going.
Exactly, and it's very important to look for the help. I think, as I was told before, you've got one mouth and 2 ears for a reason. Use the 2 ears, listen to people, and I think that's very important.
I like that. Najim, any advice you would give international partners who'd be looking to invest here and to partner?
I would say, I mean, I have the 4 Ps for success. So, you know, I have the passion to come out here. And you know, it's not just a decision driven by the demand that's being created with the projects. Then have the patience. Definitely need the patience to deal with all of the nuances and the changes and the culture adaptation that's going to take. And then have the perseverance to see the whole thing through the, you know, to the end. And then lastly, like my colleague also mentioned, having the right partners. I think engaging with PIF, engaging with the Ministry of Investment, engaging with all of the right entities prior to coming in, knowing the regulation, knowing the people that you're going to be working with, I think that's very important. So those partnerships and those, you know, having that patience and having that perseverance will give you the success.
The 4 Ps. I think you might even add a 5th one. I mean, I think maybe purpose.
Sure.
Yeah.
Purpose in there, because I think all of you are driven by that, and that passion fuels that purpose.
I will make sure now
there
it makes
go.
a 5
Got
Ps.
5 Ps. You can have that.
5 Ps of success. Thanks.
Okay, Khaled, again, you know, close us out on this panel. It's great to hear the stories from all of you, and you know, you're looking forward to a very successful future, as well as, you know, the work that you've been doing over the last few years. But what would you advise people to do to actually maybe make sure that they're on the successful path?
there is always this tension between actually advising people or doing it yourself. So even if
And you don't
somebody
want too
coming
many
from
people
outside,
competing with you.
yeah, I don't want them
that's
to
right.
come.
Yeah, yeah.
I want,
well, for,
yeah.
for the other sectors.
Okay,
yeah. For
okay.
the other
yeah,
sectors.
Yeah. Actually, being genuine. The point is, a lot of people think that it's a short ride. They will come, make profit, and depart. It will not going to happen. And this is how a lot of people fail in the execution. What you need to do is that you're coming, you're being genuine, you come for a long term. If you think about it, you will hire Saudis, you will develop Saudis, you will actually establish the right organization, the right asset, you will enjoy the marketplace, and you enjoy a much larger region of market. The coming actually for short term or for hit and run will not going to work. So definitely choosing the right partner is extremely important. You cannot go anywhere without the right partner. We know in Saudi Arabia, we say that the people of Mecca know the roads of Mecca better than anybody else. So if you want to go there, you will get lost unless you have the right partner with you.
And enjoy it. That's the first time we've heard that word come up here. Enjoy the process, because it will lead you all on a path to success. You will build strong business. You will contribute to the economy, to the country. And in return, I think there's so much for everybody to get.
100%.
So gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And what a lovely place to be enjoying as well, Saudi.
Thank you very much.
Particularly on a February afternoon. So thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Khaled,
Etna.
Mahir, thank you so much. Najim, and to Joe, thanks for a great panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for
Appreciate
your
it.
great inputs. Oh, I
Thank
think
you
we're
very
going to
much.
get a photo here.
Oh, perfect.
Come, we'll take a quick picture while they're clearing off. They have to rearrange the furniture. Let me get in here beside you the way I'll add a bit of diversity for you. And stay with us. We have a big keynote speech coming up now. You don't want to miss it. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Wonderful. And keep up the good work, and good luck to all of you. And we'll be seeing, hopefully, some more MOUs been signed today from many of our dear partners. So we'll just do a quick furniture renewal here. But again, I think, some great passion coming there from our key partners in the sector, looking at these industries that have set up here. And again, we've had an industry set up more than 50 years, even more 20 years, and then a newcomer into the area. So all of them, I think, with their big eye on the future, and well done to them. The success stories I think they've shared have been phenomenal, and we want to hear more success stories like that here at PIF, at the Private Sector Forum. This is what it's all about, and it's all here to help to inform all of you to make better decisions and to make sure that you're part and parcel of the next series of success stories. We have a little bit of furniture rearranging to do here. How are you doing? Good, man. We'll get these off here. We still have a few sessions throughout the day here, but we're going to listen in just a couple of minutes now to our dear keynote for the next session. And again, we're going to be hearing from the PIF, really looking at what's happening in clean energy and looking at the renewables infrastructure. This last panel set us up in terms of some of the opportunities that are out there. And I think we look at the demand that is here in the region, we look at the demand that is here locally, and ultimately we look to that global demand. So I want you to welcome our dear speaker for this session. He is the head of energy and the utilities section for the MENA region from the PIF. Please give a very, very warm welcome to our dear friend, Mohammed Al-Balaidet. Mohammed, thank you so much. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for making the time to attend this session. As you might be aware, in Saudi Arabia, we have one of the most ambitious clean energy and renewable programs. And in this session, I'll be giving you an overview of PIF efforts and the efforts of our portfolio companies to reach the objectives of Saudi Arabia in clean energy and renewables. I will start off by giving you a highlight where we invest. PIF invests in a wide spectrum of industries within the renewable energy. To be exact, we invest in 8 ecosystems. The first one is renewable energy generation. The second is electricity transmission, distribution, and storage systems. The third is green hydrogen production. The fourth would be the localization of renewable energy technologies. The fifth would be energy efficiency and energy services. The next one would be district cooling, water desalination, as well as waste management. I will start off with renewable energy generation. Saudi Arabia is mandated to develop 50% of its energy mix to be through renewables. And this is our 2030 target. PIF has been mandated to develop 70% of that target. So far, where the program started in 2020, we were able to develop 28.6 gigawatts of renewables. This is projects being either operational or under construction. This amounts to a total investment of 60 billion over the past 5 years. In the past year only, we have been awarded 15 gigawatts of renewable energy. This amounts to 30 billion investments within these projects. We expect this pace to continue for the coming few years to reach a total capacity of 50% renewables within the energy mix. Our partners in this program is Aqua as the main developer and operator for these projects. We have two other companies that are financial investors in the sector, Badil, which is 100% owned by PIF, and Saudi Aramco. Our key defining features for this program is the size and scale of the projects. Our project scale range between 1 to 3 gigawatts per project. And the second feature is the competitive tariffs we deliver. Our tariffs have been consistently below $2 for all our projects per kilowatt hour. And this is considered competitive at a global scale, and it is the lowest cost of energy production in Saudi Arabia compared to other technologies. Of course, this highlights the attractiveness of Saudi Arabia as a location for a wide range of traditional and advanced manufacturing, including the rapid growing AI industry, which we expect to add a significant capacity to the market in the coming few years. Now, I would like to highlight our efforts in electricity transmission, distribution, and energy storage. As you might be aware, a well-invested and well-maintained transmission and distribution sector is essential for security of supply and the safety of the grid. We are executing this mandate through the Saudi Electricity Company, where PIF owns around 74% in this company. In the first 9 months of 2025, SEC has invested 74 billion in the grid. And to give you a flavor of what is the system include for SEC, we have 104,000 kilometers of transmission lines, 84,000 kilometers of distribution lines, and 11.4 connected customers. The investments in the infrastructure have increased over 80% compared to last year, and we expect this trend to continue with the integration of renewables in Saudi Arabia. And to support system reliability and renewable integration, SEC is also investing in energy storage systems. In 2025, SEC has energized 8 gigawatts of batteries, and we have around 14 gigawatts that are under construction today. And moving to green hydrogen production, we believe green hydrogen has quite a meaningful potential especially in the context of Saudi Arabia. We believe Saudi Arabia is one of the most competitive countries to deliver on green hydrogen, and there are good reasons for that. The first one is we have one of the most competitive renewable tariffs, which is the main feed towards green hydrogen. We have availability of land and availability of capital. We have local technical expertise. And combining all of these together gives us really a competitive edge to be able to be an exporter and a local producer of green hydrogen. And to have a proof of concept for this mandate, we have the largest green hydrogen plant being built today in NEOM. It has a capacity of 600 tons per day of green hydrogen, which is equal to 1.2 million of green ammonia per annum. The project is being built at a cost of 31 billion riyals, and the partners in this project is Air Products, Aqua, and NEOM. Construction is well advanced and is expected to conclude in 2027. With this high demand of renewables in Saudi Arabia, PIF was also mandated to localize renewable energy technologies. Saudi Arabia has set a target to reach a localization rate of 75% for renewable technologies by 2032. PIF has in turn established the Renewable Energy Localization Company, where its main mandate is to localize renewable technologies. We have signed 3 major JVs to start the development of this sector. The first one is with Jinko Solar to manufacture cells and modules. The second one is with TCL to manufacture ingots and wafers. And the last one is with Envision Energy to manufacture and assemble nacelles and blades. The company is also expected to play a significant role in the development of the supply chain and the ecosystem that comes with it to achieve the 75% target. So far, I have been talking about the supply side of renewables. I think it's also important to highlight the demand side and our efforts on the demand side of energy. Reducing and making the demand side more efficient is a critical enabler for the renewable sector, and it's also a roadmap to reach our net zero targets by 2060. For that, PIF has established Tershid in 2017, which is the leading national energy services company in Saudi Arabia. Tershid's scope includes building and facilities retrofits, kingdom-wide streetlight LEDs, energy efficiency advisory, and rooftop solar, among other services. Since Tershid was established, we were able to work with the private market to deliver on these projects. When Tershid started, we had only 4 private sector ESCOs that were operating in this field. Today, we have over 64 ESCOs that were enabled by Tershid to deliver on that mandate. The savings so far that Tershid has achieved is 6.4 terawatt hours as a cumulative target over the past years. This is equivalent to 2.1 billion riyals of electricity bills. Tershid was also directly and indirectly involved in creating close to 5,000 jobs over the past 8 to 9 years. The target of Tershid by 2028 is to double that target and reach 12.1 terawatt hours of savings. Now, moving to district cooling, which is the most efficient solution for cooling built-up spaces. It can save up to 30% of the electricity bill when it comes to cooling. And as you might be aware, cooling accounts for the bulk of the electricity demand in the kingdom. And efficient cooling solutions contribute significantly to environmental and financial sustainability. To execute this mandate, PIF has partnered with Saudi Tabrid, where we have acquired a 30% stake in 2023 to enable and support that mandate. Saudi Tabrid today manages 750 kiloton of refrigeration. And they have some of the largest projects in Saudi Arabia. A few to mention is Saudi Aramco, King Khalid International Airport, and King Abdullah Financial District, among many others. We expect the sector to experience significant growth in the future, given the amount of giga projects that are being developed in the kingdom and that are relevant to this sector. To conclude, and in the interest of time, I have not delved into other initiatives we are working on, but I'll at least mention the companies and names of these companies. The first one is the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, which is the national leader in waste management services in the kingdom. The second would be GCC Labs, which is specialized in testing and inspection of energy equipment. The third would be Marafiq, which is a utility company for industrial cities. And lastly, the National Water Company for distribution of water within the kingdom. I think I've concluded this in the 10 minutes I have allocated for this section. I hope you found this informative. We can count on your continued support and partnership of you and all our stakeholders to achieve the kingdom's objective in this sector. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Mohammed, thank you so much. And again, that was lovely to hear from you, and thank you again. But it would have been nice if we have time. Next year, we'll make sure we have time to ask you some questions, I think. Really super. You really gave us a great understanding of what's going on there, where a lot of the projects are going, what's important. And again, I think the investments that are going on from the PIF, really, I think the market is wide open. It's open for business, and it's great to hear that. But we look forward to hearing more from Mohammed Al-Balahed, the head of energy and the utilities section, of course, here. Can I invite you to come up maybe a little bit? We have another session that's really we're feeling a little lonely here in the front. So if any of you will come and join us closer to the front, we'd really love if that could happen here. We're going to be looking at PIF's efforts in clean energy and renewables. We're going to continue that conversation, really catalyzing the investment value chain. So there's so much to look at when we look at what the companies are doing, what companies are coming in here, how easy it is to come into this sector, what do they do when they get into this sector, and again, who's there also to help and support them. Because when we talked to our success companies just a little while ago, one of the key things that the three of them talked about, and they have been here on a span of 50 years to maybe just 5 months or something like that. But it really was a lot to do with the help, the focus, and the guidance, and in many ways the hand-holding that actually happens from the PIF and also from Tassama. We're going to hear a little bit from Tassama now in this session, just to know what goes on. And even as our dear colleague Joe Gavin said, why would you try and do this yourself when actually everybody is in place, the process is in place, the companies are in place to guide you through. Let me get my dear panel up here on the podium here. Intisar Al-Marhoun, Business Development Director with Tassama. Intisar, if I can have you sitting here, please. And from PIF, the Head of Private Sector Engagement with the National Development Division, Nasser Al-Bogmi. So, welcome to both of you here, and I'm delighted to have you with us. Thank you very much. We had some big fans of both of you on. You might have seen them earlier, some of the companies that were on earlier. We had Alfo, Apolco, and we also had the e-Power people. but they talked a lot about what is going on and the work that you all have been doing. Maybe Nasser, I'll start with you because Saudi Arabia is definitely open for business. We've heard that without a doubt. It is becoming attractive for investors without a doubt, and even looking around with the amount of people that are here at this event. But talk us through the PIF process, because there is a process there, and again, you're open to help people along the way.
Thank you very much, Edna, for joining this great panel alongside with Ms. Intisar from our partner at Tasama. When we talk about large-scale national development, giga projects, new sector activation, for the private sector and particular investors, there is two things comes to mind. Massive opportunity, but also there is a sense of complexity when it comes to mind. Due to the natural tension between the two sides, the scale of the opportunity and the complexity to navigate through new value chain, our engagement with the private sector or the investor must be effective. And the key word here is effective. So we want to stay from being, as a PIF, passive, reactive to the investors. We want to shift to be more proactive and value-add type of engagement. And in order to achieve that, we need to understand, for the investors who are curious, who wants to know about Saudi, who hear about all the exciting projects, we want to understand what do they really want, okay?
And I love what you're saying there, the fact that you're going to be active and proactive and effective.
Exactly.
I mean, this is what everybody wants.
Exactly. So we need to understand from that context, what do they really want as an investor? Of course, you might think they want high return, best IRR, and that's true.
Yes.
But in that context, what they want probably is more fundamental than that. We believe investors want three key things.
Okay.
Investors want clarity. Investors want predictability. And also they want confidence. And these represent the three foundational pillars for our engagement with the private sectors. And in order to encapsulate those three pillars, we need to develop a structure or a platform.
Right.
And this is where the private sector hub comes in. We launched it in 2023 to be our single front door for the PIF and the portfolio companies' opportunities. We wanted to help us shift from ad hoc engagement to more structured, scalable type of engagement. And that platform will help us solve for the clarity, solve for the predictability, and solve for the confidence.
Okay.
If we do that effectively, investor not only will only come to Saudi, they will stay, they will scale, and they will compound. Back to you, Adnan.
And that's the recipe for success right there. We'll talk a little bit more on all of those because I like it. But Intisar, it's nice. We're looking at clarity, predictability, confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost it's the basics, but it's the big picture. If we can have that to start and if that's where it goes. But clearly, a new investor comes to town. I mean, they must have the biggest list on earth. They've got to look at, so many areas they've got to check in. There must be a few pain points along the way. I would imagine when people are looking first, it's a little bit perhaps chaotic. We have heard from some of the companies, and even they advise to really have your plan, make it structured. I mean, know what you want before you come in. But give us a feel for how Tasama can take some of the complexity out of, that initial, the big long checklist that I'm going to have to do this. What does one have to do?
Yeah, so you are, like you said, when the investors comes first time to the Saudi, they give them a big checklist of 20 items that they have to do it at once. I just give you an example. They told them it looks easy, just do company registrations. But when you go then to the checklist, like company registration, there is a legal aspect, there is licensing, there is tax, opening bank accounts, regulations, approval, so all of that. And then we need to hire people. So they need to look at the visas, they need to look at Saudization's requirement, HR policy that matching our HR policy in Saudi is not like their countries. When they come to operations, they need office, they need procurement setups, they need customs And then when they come to the scale, they need partnerships and they need, compliance in some way. So all of that is just part of the company checklist. And most of these companies, when they move here, they are not moving only business, they are moving also people. So there was a human checklist, which include reallocations, housing, and even schools for the families, transportations, daily life. So all of that is something that they have to look at. And companies, of course, they can do it by themselves. Many tried, but then it takes the process longer because they have to navigate so many systems. They have to understand where to do this, where to do that. So here, Tasama, they act as a single operational guide. We will take you through all that journey smoothly. We guide you really through that journey. So our goal is that we turn that complexity to a clear pathway.
And again, I think that's so important. One of the newer companies was talking about the help that you did provide in that sense, and the same thing about listening to what needs to be done and actually asking for that help because it is there. Nasser, you talk now about clarity. And again, I think for any investor, somebody did mention that back in the day they sort of looked at a crystal ball, which wasn't that helpful. They aren't that helpful. So that sense of clarity, how can PIF, I suppose, particularly translate Vision 2030, the priorities there into maybe concrete investable opportunities?
Thank you. On the clarity front, we take more a pragmatic approach. So we, at the Private Sector Hub, we reviewed all the business requirements across more than 100 portfolio companies and across all our priority sectors. Then what we did, we carved out, vetted, curated business opportunity to make it more investment ready, more bankable, and we extracted a total of 40 billion SAR worth of opportunity, and we list them and made them published in the Private Sector Hub. And another thing to solve for the clarity, we also classified our opportunity into 5 buckets. The first type is the localization opportunity. This is where we share demand forecast in the future, and we want investor from the private sector to invest and build a local facility to supply these demands. The second type is the procurement and supply chain, and this is basically we look for technology transfer type of partners or to develop our supply chain, especially for new sector.
Yes.
The third type is for operator opportunities. We basically list certain assets from our portfolio companies, for example, real estate, commercial or residential or retail assets, and we want someone from the private sector to basically operate it. The fourth type is the build, operate, transfer. So this is a little bit more advanced. This is where you list the whole assets, and we want the investor to take it fully under build, operate, transfer model. And the last category, it's the co-investment. This is where we look for investor from the private sector to co-invest with our portfolio companies or their subsidiaries. And this is our way of kind of solving for the clarity, to build that structure, to make the opportunity as clear as possible. Although it is a very challenging task to do, but in the Private Sector Hub, I think we're making good progress.
And sort of there's a little bit of matchmaking going on there, is there?
Exactly.
That's nice. That's really good to hear that, when you establish here that you're keeping an eye out to see who they can actually work with. Intisar, we look at, I think, the investment opportunities that are here in the kingdom. That's clear,
yes,
without a doubt. But how do we move from maybe me coming knocking at your door, interested in doing something, to then, building that structured action that I'm going to decide, I'm setting up a company, I'm going to do that. That's a big jump.
Yes, of course. So as you said, there was a lot of interest, but interest cannot make business, You have to go to the executions. And to do to the executions, there's 3 main things that it has to be considered. It has to be a clear investment pathway. It has to be confidence in the timeline that it's proposed, and also connect to the local partners that it will help you to execute that opportunities. As I said, you will not navigate all of that by yourself. You need someone someone like Tassama who will help you to make a structured plan for you, define milestones to help you to move to do that transitions from the interest to a clear opportunities with defined milestones. So we, of course, definitely we can help you based on the opportunities. And from the beginning, from the start, before you enter, we can help you with market research, market visibilities, a lot of help. If it's not necessary within Tassama, we will bring the right partner to do it for you so you can come with confidence. So we will help the investors from saying, should we enter to Saudi Arabia, to we are operating in Saudi Arabia.
Well, I mean, that's great, and I think that it adds to that concept of clarity that Nasser's helping, talking about that really is important.
Yeah.
Now, fine, we have the clarity in place, Nasser. Predictability. Now, we have investors around the world looking at this market here, and while we may talk about patient capital being available, not all investors are that patient. So they need that sense of predictability. And, they want to look and think, okay, if I come here, I put my money here, what's going to reduce the execution risk? Where will I find that sense of predictability? So tell us.
Sure. For the predictability front, so we designed the private sector hub to have a well-structured process, multi-stage process, where we have a clear investor journey. So we design it in a way to be more like a step and an outcome to build that sense of predictability and repeatability as well. So the process starts basically by visiting our website at the PIF and go to the private sector hub.
Okay.
Then you're going to navigate through the opportunities that we're publishing there. Once you find something of your interest, you register your interest. It will go to the first stage in our process. That's the pre-screening. It's just basically a disc review to make sure that the investor is a credible institution. Once that's checked in, you go to stage 2. This is the investor evaluation. We want to make sure that the investor capabilities and background actually match the opportunities. And if that's checked also, then we advance to the third stage where we start initiating the discussion with our portfolio companies and with our funding partners to move to the final stage, which is signing the partnership. After that, actually, we extend an additional step to go to Tassama, where they help in the soft landing services and make the process even clearer, more predictable, and much easier. So this is our way to kind of solve for the predictability in the process and ease in some of the execution risk that might comes along. I can think of one good example. We have an investor from Germany. It's called Wolf Crane. They are a crane manufacturer, one of the world's largest crane manufacturer. They registered through the hub. They went through the process, and they end up investing 1 billion SAR in building a local facility. But what I want to highlight from their story, I remember through the evaluation process, due to the complexity or the capital-intensive project they are taking on, our team recommended for them to pair with a local partner who have deep knowledge in the industrial sector, which was a Zamel, and it helped reduce that risk of execution. And it stuck in my mind because I remember we signed the MOU with them in private sector forum, in previous private sector forum. A couple of months later, 2 months or 3, I received an invitation from them for the establishment of the joint venture.
Wow.
It was a little bit too quick. So I wasn't sure. I reached out. I said, guys, is that the same one we just signed? And they said, yes, that's exactly the one.
Okay.
And I know that's a quick kind of story for the deal closing, but I think it's a remarkable effort they've done.
Yes.
And I'm not claiming that every deal in the hub is that fast, but this is just to highlight how working closely help de-risk and build that predictability that a lot of investors are looking for.
And again, on a company like that needs assets and that's going to build cranes, it's be different if I was trying to turn around a business. I don't have too much to be doing, but I mean, this is big assets. So well done. That's great to hear. Intisar, let's we talk about soft landing.
Yeah.
And some people might look at that as just company registration and just doing the administration, but it's really a lot more than that. And what does it mean for the investors that come to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. So, of course, and definitely soft landing is not about company registration. Company registration actually is the easiest part of the market entry. Soft landing for me is that to have operational readiness. When you are ready to operate, this is what's soft landing. So what I mean by operational readiness, that you have workforce in place, that you have your HR payroll, you have your procurement, you have your office ready, you have your compliance in place. That's when you say that I am successfully do a soft landing, because it's not about only having a certificate, it's about start operating, of course, definitely. Yes.
And you do forget that there are so many things you do. I mean, I know myself from, operating a smaller company, all the little bits that we did. And okay, not in Saudi, but everybody's telling me I should be coming to Saudi. So maybe next time I'm here, they'll have convinced me. But it is that nuisance of coming and you come to one office and then they say, by the way, you need something else.
Yes.
And then you go there and then you need something else.
So we have all that checklist for you, and we have also turnkey solutions that we have all of that ready, so you can start operations from day one.
And that's exactly what you need.
Yes.
Nasser, which brings us back with all of that in place, clearly, on your third point, you mentioned the confidence. So I think having that security, having that backing behind you, having somebody, in a way, I suppose, do a bit of hand-holding with you, which, even though, yes, you're a big company and you have, millions of dollars to invest, you still need, in any new environment, a little bit of guidance, a bit of hand-holding. So where you get, I suppose, that confidence from, particularly de-risking products, maybe crowding in private capital, capital-intensive sectors, because that's also very important.
I think for investor, confidence is very keen and important. And one way we anchor for that confidence is the way we design or the setup of the private sector hub. So we have the PIF as one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, supporting and hosting and backing multiple opportunities and from multiple portfolio companies to clearly, by design, signal to the investor the long-term commitment and the confidence. So it is one thing to say Diriyah has opportunities, but it is totally different story to say Diriyah, Qiddiya, Roshan, Kaft, all these opportunities packaged and backed by the PIF, and investors knows that, and they value this kind of signaling for confidence. And this is a way for us to give them that assurance and long-term commitment. Another way we are anchoring for confidence is through programs and tools. We launched a program called the Supply Chain Investor Network.
Okay.
The basic idea of this program is we have an established partnership with a financial institution to offer co-funding to the investor who are in the hub for the localization and supply chain investment. So there is many cases where investors take on a little bit capital-intensive opportunity. We offer them that support from financial institution to pair with them and co-invest for these localization opportunities. And that's a great way to de-risk some of the elements in the process and boost that confidence to the investors.
Intisar, so when they have that confidence, then we have to look across, I suppose, that idea that you talk about, that single interface, and that's across ministries, partners, investors want to, when they've made the decision to come here, I would imagine they want to move with speed.
Yes.
So how much time do you think it can realistically save for companies?
For time in terms of the company registration or for the full journey? So it depends. So looking at the SLAs that we are receiving from the different ministries, so we can safely say it from like 2 to 3 months. This is the time just to receive the CR, have your bank account, and it depends. There is actually different factors that it give you the exact timelines. If you have general manager Saudis or different from other countries. So as a part of the legal service that we give a consultation, we give them in the beginning, we understand what their business, what's their requirement, what's different license, so that the timeline will be defined based on the specific for that company and the sector itself.
And tell me, what advantage has it been for Tassama to be a PIF portfolio company when you're dealing with the international investors? I would imagine that the confidence there, then, that they're not going to a fly-by-night, free zone operation or anything. I mean, this is the real deal. So tell me how Tasama is different in that sense.
So as far as I know, we are the only portfolio company that provides soft landing surface. I don't know, Nasser, if you correct me or no, but we are the only one, as you said, one of the PIF portfolio company. We are well connected to the ecosystems. Actually, yesterday we have signed 2 MOUs with the industrial zones just to understand, and with ministries. We are talking with a lot of ministries, these people or the stakeholders as the part of the investor journey. We are trying to make that connections with them to have more clarity in the timeline, more coordinations. We have a point of the, when we have escalations or any issues, any matter, we are trying to have a competitive advantage over the others. And of course, definitely, as a part of the PIF ecosystem, we can help these companies also later if they are looking for partners or for investment opportunity. So this is, of course, give us edge over the other service providers in the market.
No, I mean, I love the way you're very much a full service, and it doesn't just stop at the registration, and it doesn't just stop at the company side. You can even bring it out to, helping families settle in and find schools and all of that. I mean, this is great. I mean, why not? And that's, I think, a great thing. For people want that nowadays. They don't want to go to 10 different providers. Nasser, when you've got the clarity, predictability, confidence sort of in place, there's still going to be a few challenges without a doubt. How do you, I suppose, maintain the momentum, and really demonstrate best practice always? Because that's what we have to see.
That's a very important point. I think for one of the most frustrating experience for an investor that they might go through is stalled discussion, or that slow down and goes nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm sure many of us in this room probably been into a similar situation. You book your ticket, you fly to New York, Tokyo, London, you line up investor meetings, energy is high, excitement is through the roof, then you go back home, you send your first follow-up email, and then slowly the things deteriorate into a natural death, and nothing happens, right? So I am sure many of us been through this, and the opposite of that is momentum. You need to keep the momentum high in the investor engagement, regardless of the outcome. Yes or no, go or no go, keep the momentum high. And in order to achieve that, we need to remove the friction from the process. And this is where we adopt best practices. So, for example, we adopt the centralization of our opportunity as a way to reduce the contact points. Instead of going multiple points, it's just centralized in one location in the hub. Another example is the standardization. So by standardizing the investment information, it makes it more familiar, more repeatable, and give that sense of, build that momentum as well. Another best practice, we try to reduce the lead time of the deal pipeline. So we ensure that we have some sort of automation and some sort of structure in the back end of the investor evaluation. These are a few examples or best practices we're adopting to solve for the high momentum that we need to maintain in our engagement. And we do our best to kind of build that momentum continuously.
Intisar, and I'm sure the technology is actually helping you a lot in that, but let's look at where the technology is helping Tasama. When you look to the future in terms of, as it was a digital platform, because ultimately that's now, we're all getting used to it. We're getting spoiled by it out there. When it happens with companies, you just sort of fill it in and it goes and it talks to you, and it's almost like you're a friend in ChatGPT. And I mean, it's all happening. Are we getting there?
Yes. Actually, at Tasama, we are digitizing the soft landing journey. So as of now, we are building, we are announcing it, inshallah, next quarter. And this is just, as you said, we make it all digital because it has a lot of coordination, interactions with different stakeholders, ministries, etc. We are trying to make it all through our platform. So the journey, it will be feasible, trackable, and scalable for the investor. So instead of he's coming and said, what's next? He will be able to see everything in the platform itself. So with this, I think Tasama can go as a global gateway for the investors who's coming to the kingdom. This is the ambitions.
Yeah, and that is exciting, whereby you can be, in Singapore, you can be in New York, and you can decide to just look at what's happening at Saudi, and it's almost the one-stop shop that's there,
Yes, exactly.
What do you hear back from your customers? Is that what they're looking for? They're happy with this?
Of course, because today, as far as I know, that, for example, for the manufacturing, if the investors, he's looking for to know what's the industrial zones, where he should build his factory, what's the incentives, all of that information today is not available in one platform.
Right.
So each industrial zone will have their own information. So we are trying to SAMA by signing and collaborating with all of these entities to have one digital platform has all that information. And we are trying to put even the AI inside that so it can help and minimize the time and give more accurate information for these investors who are seeking the information.
Nasser, we need to be wrapping this up now, but talk to me a little bit about, if anybody has ideas there of coming to knock on your door, what do you want them to have done in advance? Because, there's got to be plenty of people out there in the world going, I might roll up in Saudi Arabia now, and there's the PIF, they've got loads of money, and they can help me. They probably need to be a little bit further along the journey than that, right?
Yes. That's a great question, Edna. Thank you for asking that. I think my recommendation is very simple. We talked about clarity and predictability, and we expect the same thing in return. So my recommendation is for investors basically just to do your homework in the sense of getting familiar with the PIF priorities and the PIF scope of work. And that's just to be familiar on what we want and to establish that alignment. So few tips I can give, few tips. The first one, make sure you are familiar with the sectoral priority of the PIF. So if you are an academic institution that's looking for funding for your alumni building in Europe versus you are a travel cruise ship that want to expand in the Red Sea, probably we are more aligned with the latter than the former.
Okay.
So this is very crucial to be aligned with our sectoral priority. Second tip that I have. A lot of our project actually is taking place in Saudi. So in your plan, it has to have at least a pathway to Saudi. So I'm not saying right away, we're not expecting you to pack up your stuff and come right away to Saudi, but at least some sort of a pathway to Saudi.
Yes.
And the third tip that I have for the investor is, if you have your priority aligned with us and you're planning to do localization type of opportunity, I would probably say you're going to go first in line. This is one of the key things that we prioritize at the PIF. So I encourage everyone to be familiar with the PIF priorities and the PIF scope of work. And actually attending the private sector forum is a good starting point to get familiar, attending these forums, panels and sessions. It will give you a kind of shortcut to get to the knowledge that you be aware about our priorities.
And they're very solid tips. And you know now, because this is also being live streamed, you're going to be inundated with applications for people to visit next year, because if that's a good starting point, and again, we can see, I think, the thousands of people who've been here over the last 2 days, having the opportunity to meet with PIF representatives in all sectors. I mean, this is what's so exciting, so well done. And for all of you putting the time and effort in it, it's been probably a few sleepless days and nights, but very exciting. And thank you both so much again, and to have the support of TESAMA in terms of making sure that you can look at that. So there's your two websites to start with. The PIF, obviously the private sector one. Look at what's on there, look at the hub, and then look at all of what's on TESAMA. And that, in terms of the basic research, is a good starting point. Well, thank you both so much.
Thank you so much.
To our dear panel here, to Intisar Al-Mahroun from TESAMA and Nasser Al-Bugmi from PIF. Thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I think we've time for a little photograph. Intisar, come back. We may as well. Here, should we put him in the middle? What do we say? We'll put you in the middle. We have an old saying in Ireland, blessed art thou among women. There you go. Thank you. Thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
So there you have it. I mean, looking at what are you doing here in the sector, what do you want to do, what is your business, when are you going to come here, all of that information there on the PIF website, on the hub, to really look at what's there. And again, I think on the private sector hub, they've gone to so much detail in terms of what you need to do, how do you need to start the process, who do you need to contact, and even from talking to Tassama there, literally down to, how do you show up here to, how do you put your kids in school? Where do you put them in school? Where do you live? All of that. So I think the resources that are there, they are so encouraging, that brings many, many people here and gives you the reassurance that actually this can help so much more in terms of making your whole process, your whole visit a very, very comfortable one. We're going to have a very comfortable session coming up in just a minute. You can see Paul has gone into home furnishings there, and he'll have us all set up in just a second, where we're literally looking now at KSA shaping the path to sustainable aviation. We look at sustainability that is built into every sector, and I think these 2 days have really talked about sustainability in every sector that we look at here, and the importance of it. Here, of course, in this stage, looking at the energy sector, but again, the energy sector has the big knock-on effect for every other sector. So it really all starts here, and finding that transparency, that sustainability built in here, that's going to make a big difference to all of the work that we're doing. And let's get our dear panel underway. I would like now to invite to the stage Ahmed Sindi. Ahmed, if you can come and sit here beside me, the head of the transportation sector for oil sustainability. Al-Walid Al-Omari, I need you to sit here. He's been on this one. Okay, I have a little bit of order here, if you don't mind. Kim Hardecker, the Vice President Loyalty and Sustainability for Riyadh Air, and Eric Ringgold, the Chief Business Development Officer for the Voluntary Carbon Market, VCM. So thank you all for being here, and I'm really looking forward to this discussion. Again, shaping the pathway to sustainable aviation. We have so much going on here in the sector, and I think we look at, I think more importantly, this expansion of aviation. This is what's twice as important as everything else. And we're thrilled, of course, to have Riyadh Air. I'm going to come to you in a minute, Kim, but it's wonderful that you're here with us. It is creating great excitement in the kingdom, and I hope you've had time to go and talk with some of the colleagues that are here. But Ahmed, let me start with you. When we look at sustainability in any kind of fuel, in aviation, Ahmed, we look at, I suppose, to start with, perhaps LCAF.
Yeah.
And we look at different fuels, we look at sustainability, but talk to me about, sustainability in general, and then where does LCAF fit into this?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me today to talk about the aviation pathway towards sustainability. OSB has aviation as one of the major initiatives and priorities for the program. As you know, aviation is a hard to abate sector. It's unlike the other ways of transportation that you can electrify or easily finding alternative fuels or energy. Hence, here comes the importance of the LCAF. That is one of the initiatives of the program. It has an impact. Not necessarily as big as other types of fuels, but it's a step. It's a step forward toward having an aviation sector that has less risk emissions by 10%, and that is done by optimization in the processing and production of the LCAF, using carbon capture, using energy efficiency, using flaring control. All of that gives a solution, an interim solution, while the world is moving toward a bigger scaling up SAF, for example. LCAF can bring a solution that can help the
and really, prioritizing the aviation sector in terms of what we can do. Al-Walid, we look at the aviation sector here, and it is, the fastest growing, I would say, in the world right now. How do you make sure that that growth becomes sustainable? And where does PIF, what importance are you putting on the aviation sector particularly?
Okay. Well, thank you, Athena. You've been amazing for the previous panels. I'm happy to share the panel with you here today and with everybody here around here. Well, when we look at aviation, we have to look at it from a holistic view. As you mentioned, it's one of the fastest growing sectors. Saudi Arabia is currently experiencing one of the fastest growing moments of aviation in history. And with that, we understand that it's driven by strong economic momentum, a very ambitious targets, destination targets for having connectivity targets, and a clear vision. So these are the three core reasons why aviation is really growing in Saudi Arabia. We also noticed that aviation within the National Development Division, PIF, we look at aviation as an economic enabler.
Yes.
Because it has the ability to cross through many sectors. So as you know, in travel, tourism, and entertainment, it has a big factor in launching a lot of that, supporting the connectivity angle. Within advanced manufacturing, you have maintenance, repair, overhaul, advantages there. Even industrial logistics, you have a lot of ambitious air cargo targets. Even today in our panel here, which is about sustainability, there's a lot of pathways in sustainability that's very important. As well as urban development by airport development as there with King Salman project. With that, we understand there's growth. Aviation is expected to increase within the next 10 years. And with that growth, we understand that there's awareness. We have to be aware that sustainability is very important to elaborate and commit with that growth. And therefore, we are also aware that aviation contributes to 2 to 3% of CO2 emissions globally. What are we doing right now? So the main thing is that we have to collaborate together, identify the right pathways, think proactively to identifying the right way to make sure the sector is viable, investable, and resilient through time.
And indeed, when you talk about the growth that is to come, I think the growth domestically and then, the growth of this is a new market that has opened up to the world.
Yes.
And they are coming, which is wonderful.
Yes.
Kim, and we're delighted that you're here because I believe you're just off a flight. So wonderful to have you here, and we're delighted that you're back with us. We look at Riyadh Air, again, the advantage of being a new airline, not having any legacy constraints. But that must have allowed you, I suppose, to embed sustainability, around energy use and infrastructure into the airline's DNA from day one. I mean, how exciting to actually have a new airline. Talk to us about how important that was, that you got it right from day one.
Absolutely, and thank you. I think that was possibly, one of the leading aspects of the vision that we communicated with the world. It's one of our 3 brand pillars. Obviously, obsessive attention to detail, being a thought leader in sustainability, and being a company, a digital company that enables travel as opposed to just being a pure play airline. But if we look at the sustainability piece, obviously there's been fantastic innovation across all the different sectors, as you say, that we also get to learn from, whether that's from our catering processes, how we can look at more efficient localization of produce, of recycling, of being able to handle food more effectively, through to our uniform choice, how we choose our materials, all the way through to how we embed it into our everyday, so much so that it's also part of our onboarding process for all of our new staff, because I think that's the number one piece, and I think we could all probably say knowledge is power, information and being able to really empower everybody that is part not only of the Riyadh Air community, but obviously our partners within that. And so how we can ensure that that knowledge is available and helps people make better choices, connect with the right partners. So for us, it is at every single moment that we look for a sustainable option. And even so, the way we've set up our governance, being able to have a steering committee hosted obviously by our CEO, Tony, who is a thought leader himself in sustainability, through to a working group across all parts of our organization. So how can that be, from a finance perspective through to a facilities perspective? So everybody is looking at how they can make a difference, because sometimes it's even just the small steps that have a big change.
Yeah. No, and it's got to be so exciting to actually begin that from the very beginning, because I think everybody's doing their best to retrofit on other companies, and they're having a hard time, because it's not an easy thing to do.
Correct.
Eric, we look at your work with the voluntary carbon market, and anytime we talk about emissions and we talk about emissions reduction, we have to look at the voluntary carbon market. How important is the role of carbon credits, I guess, in aviation in that sustainable journey? And particularly, let's look at the CORSIA mandates, customer offsetting programs, carbon removals, all of that, as we all look towards that one goal of net zero down the road.
Yeah, thank you, Etna. And we all agree that we have to do something about the emissions that we have in aviation. And the real big solutions, they will take time. So whether it is scaling up sustainable aviation fuel, whether it is hydrogen, whether it's electric planes, that's going to take decades, right, to get into place. So we're really focused on what can we do to mitigate the climate impact right now, today? And I think one of the tools that exists today is the carbon credit side of things. And this actually already exists in the airline industry in many different ways. So the airline industry is actually one of the first adopters when it comes to use of getting the passengers to take action when it comes to carbon credits, right? It's not a whole lot, but anywhere from 3 to 5% of the emissions that are currently happening today are being offset willingly by the passengers who are choosing to go on the airlines programs and take actions on their flights.
And we're also much more aware of that. I think that's the other thing they've done very well, is create that awareness.
Exactly. It's an important piece of the puzzle, right? It's maybe 3 to 5% of mitigation, but it's a start, right? And we need to build on that. I think secondly, carbon credits already play a very important mandatory part in any airline's journey, because the International Civil Aviation Authority, ICAO, have essentially mandated that all growth in airline emissions beyond 2019 has to be offset. And this is a mandatory requirement on all the airlines, including the airlines in the kingdom itself. So this, in just a year and a half, will become a very important topic for the airlines who are already obligated to do so. But I think third, even when you look long time out and when you look towards net zero for the aviation industry, it is almost unimaginable that carbon credits will not need to play a role to mitigate the last 20, the last 10% of emissions. And there we need this sort of the real carbon removals part of the equation, which we see some leading airlines like United, British Airways, Lufthansa already purchasing. So I think carbon credits are strategic topics for airline, both today as well as when we move towards net zero.
And I mean, all of this has to be, you know, a work in progress, you know, in terms of the big global picture. Al-Walid, let me come to you. Aviation, clearly a very strategic sector at the moment, and it just connects so many other sectors. So, you know, in light of that, let's look at the wider national transformation, I suppose, beyond just aviation. So how, you know, is sustainability being approached in Saudi Arabia? And we hear about it from many, many people, but, you know, when we look at it in aviation, I think we have to put it into the bigger picture.
Okay. From the National Development Division, PIF National Development Division, we look at sustainability in a pragmatic way. It's not about identifying that one product, one solution, one technology. It's rather towards identifying the right pathways that make sure the sector is investable, competitive, and resilient. We have many infrastructure advantages in Saudi Arabia, but one of the deep advantages that we have, in my opinion, is that we have clear demand for the next 5 to 10 years. With that clear demand, we also understand that we have deep energy and industrial expertise, which give us advantages towards identifying the right pathways. And of course, the commitment towards finding the right solutions, from contributing from all sectors together. These are the strong recipes that make sure that the sector is viable and it can grow with time. And we have to play a big role in collaborating together towards identifying those right pathways.
Kim, when we look at, you know, the work that KSA is doing on a wider basis, regionally, domestically, we look at, you know, that investment in clean energy and even on the aviation side. But how can Riyadh Air, I suppose, translate the national ambition, you know, into the day-to-day operations of the airline?
I think we've all touched on the importance of partnerships and the multi-sectoral role that we play. And as I mentioned, of course, we are an airline at the core, but we are looking for how we can also be a champion for what the Vision 2030 and what the Kingdom is doing. So naturally for us, it's we have a strategic partnership with Aramco, where we are already in discussions about how we can evolve that SAF sector, also LCAF, as we've discussed. And so really, I think those partnerships, even from King Salman Airport, you know, establishing that infrastructure, because it is really the sum of the parts. I think, you know, naturally it is going to take time, but how do we pull together some of these bigger ticket items to be able to make a positive change, and also be able to, you know, share that knowledge, you know, with the world, because that is a very important role that we play. There is obviously a lot of great inputs. There's a lot of regulation that we also must adhere to. But I think we do have, not just inside Riyadh Air, but in the kingdom, so much experience and so much knowledge that we can actually, put forward into all manners of sustainable aviation.
Just let me stay with you for a moment. When we look at the fuel that you need, and as you expand, clearly you're going to need more fuel. You say, you have your relationship with Aramco. Obviously, they're the supplier of fuel. And looking at, do you just need to look at all fuels at the moment?
Of course. So there's the international regulations in regards to in Europe and in the UK, in which we must be able to carry a certain amount of
you
SAF.
have to land there, exactly.
Correct,
yes.
that's right. So we have our obligations, but we also have the vision of Riyadh Air, as said, being a sustainable thought leader about how we can actually, further contribute to that. We work naturally very closely with GACA. They have a program called CASP, which many of you would be aware of, where they're also doing some incredible aspects about looking at sustainability as a whole, not just at the fuel, but as the infrastructure, the biodiversity, obviously humanitarianism. So there are a lot of factors there. And of course, we will continue to work with PIF, with our partners like Aramco, to see how we can, partner together on investing, and ideally if we can fast track any of our energy solutions, we will absolutely be there to be a fantastic partner.
Eric, when you look at the kingdom now, do you think they have a near-term opportunity to pioneer the low-carbon aviation fuel plus carbon credits perhaps, as an alternative to SAF in the short term?
So we think this is a really exciting opportunity for all of the parties involved in aviation in the kingdom. Because, as was mentioned earlier at the panel, ICAO defines LCAF as fuel with 10% lower emissions than usual. That means about 80 grams of CO2 per megajoule.
Okay.
Now, combusting the fuel is about 74, which leaves a gap of 6 for the production. Now, most countries, that 6 is being eaten up by the upstream emissions alone. So it's impossible to do this in most countries. Whereas in Saudi Arabia, we have it at 1.7. Leaving a meaningful gap for effective and efficient downstream refining operations. So the possibility for Saudi Arabia to be a leader in this space is unparalleled. On the other side, on the carbon credit side, over the past few years, VCM, the PIF company, has managed to make our market the third biggest carbon market globally. And by having set this demand signal for the market, we now see about 25 different carbon credit projects taking off on the ground in Saudi Arabia. And this is cutting edge technology. It's direct air capture, direct ocean capture, carbon negative concrete, e-waste recycling. The list goes on and on and on of these really exciting projects, which are now being funded by private capital on the ground here. So we have now an opportunity to have a near-term product which is 10% less emissions from the get-go, fully compensated using Saudi Arabian generated credits, and you essentially have a full Saudi Arabian aviation fuel product, which is probably the best and most cost-effective sustainable product in the world right now.
Well, that's exciting to hear. Ahmed, I see you in total agreement there, and maybe continue that on in terms of what Saudi Arabia is doing, through the oil sustainability program, particularly to advance LCAF across the aviation sector.
Yeah, actually, I totally agree with the comment remarks that have been said. OSB is not only supporting on the technical. One of the major challenges for LCAF right now is the absence of certification for the LCAF. And that is what we are working with different entities, GACA, Aramco, and other entities to support and accelerate that, because we want to push and we want to scale up the production of LCAF globally. There are potential in different regions in the world for the similarity of the type of fuels that we have in the kingdom. Also, and this is what the role that OSB is playing, to share the knowledge, to have the government dialogue with other governments and entities who are interested in LCAF, as well as increasing the advocacy and awareness about LCAF and the potential for LCAF. LCAF gives a very good opportunity when it comes to cost, for example, comparable to the other alternatives. It's very close to the conventional fuel, but I give you 10% reduction of emissions. as well as the potential in LCAV that you don't need to change the engines, you don't need to change the aircraft,
And
you
that's
don't need to
important right now.
modification.
Yeah.
That's a very good value point for LCAV that we are trying to work with the other partners. So that's basically what we do in OSB.
Good. Al-Walid, we can see so many initiatives that are happening, in so many areas. I mean, that's the dynamics of what's going on in the market very much. But, decarbonizing, it's not just about the fuel. Give us a feel for what you're doing at the National Development Division, particularly the efforts now in aviation.
So we really took pride on launching, within the National Development Division, PIF, launching the Aviation Fuel Consortium. As in this panel right now, we just heard 4 to 5 pathways and opportunities. We needed to find a way to collaborate all these efforts into one unified approach to identify the right pathways to make sure that the sector has opportunities that are scalable. So through the Aviation Fuel Consortium, we had the collaborations of partnerships with OSP, Boeing, aircraft manufacturers, operators, PIF portfolio companies, private sector players, to collaborate and identify the best pathways and solutions to make sure that the sector is viable, resilient, and sustainable for years to come. We also have strong support from government regulators by being diligent on identifying the right pathways to make sure that the aviation sector is growing in a sustainable effort. So that was one of the things that we take pride of, to be honest.
And long may that continue. You've your work ahead of you, well done. Kim, in your role with loyalty and sustainability, you're really at the intersection, I suppose, of customer choice and environmental responsibility, which is a lovely way to put it, because customers have to have responsibility too. Talk to me about how airlines can sort of, help shape sustainable travel behavior. I mean, that's important without compromising the experience. And what are the most sustainability decisions that you think, as an airline, you need to take to scale responsibly?
I think it's an incredible intersection, and as both an airline and a loyalty program, we carry millions of passengers, which means we have a platform. We have a platform to share the story, but also engage in the story. And obviously, Eric was talking about in regards to percentage of carbon being offset, but there's knowledge as well that can be provided to these customers before they travel. So carrying less luggage is less fuel burn, right? So be a more educated.
That'll be tough for me. Sorry. Okay.
Optional.
I'll bring a partner. Say, carry my bag. Forgive me.
Yeah. Look, there's the ways that we can share how you can be a more conscious or a more sustainable traveller. But I think if I can add a little bit more to the pathway of some of the other elements which we also, want to include in our story, so our customers understand how we are demonstrating our commitment to sustainability, is also the use of technology and the use of artificial intelligence to be able to enhance our flight paths. That's a very interesting topic that I'm sure some in the audience know about, but being able to also look at various ways to operate the aircraft more efficiently to reduce our fuel burn, through to even our engineering schedule, predictive maintenance, to be able to ensure that our aircraft are operating more efficiently. So it's the sum of the parts, as I've touched on before, but through that engagement, through sharing that knowledge, and also giving our customers, we're working through a carbon offset program ourselves to be able to give customers that option for choice. And I think that's incredibly important. There's recent research that says of the top 3 countries around the world that the consumers will choose sustainability as a number 1 deciding for choice. Saudi Arabia is up there, is in 1 or 2 positions. So it's a growing focus for a consumer, and it is our responsibility as Saudi businesses to be able to provide that choice to our customers.
And I mean, a great strong message, for a new airline to be, waving the flag on as well. So well done on that one. Eric, let's have a look at, I suppose the goal to maybe SAF adoption down the road, the long-term role, the book and claim certificates that can maybe accelerate this. It will be a process along the way, and who gets there and who chooses to go there, but what can do to accelerate it if that's where we go?
Yes, I'm pretty sure this whole panel agrees that there's a near-term opportunity in LCAF and in carbon credits to decarbonize, but longer term, the full-on sustainable aviation fuel has to be part of that for the longer-term roadmap, right? So then the question is, how can we help provide incentives and ensure that the adoption is accelerated? And I think one of the really important ways to accelerate that transition is what is known as book and claim. Now, book and claim is a concept that already exists in globally accepted carbon accounting standards, and is accepted today for electricity. We all draw the same electricity from the grid, right? No matter where we are. Yeah. Part of it is renewable, part of it is fossil. But some players can choose to pay for the green, and the others do not. We need to see the same concept come into place for sustainable aviation fuel. It does not make sense to load one plane 100% with sustainable aviation fuel, another with 100% conventional. They will all need to run on a mix. So they will all need to run on 10% sustainable, 90% conventional. But some customers sitting on the plane may be willing to pay for the share of sustainable. And having those customers able to pay for that share and being able to account for it in their carbon accounting books, that's a very important piece which we need to see come to market over the next couple of years. And of course, our role as a marketplace, we would love to help facilitate some of the trading that needs to take place between players there. But effectively, the point is, how can you create a monetary incentive to scale up the SAF adoption faster?
So Kim wants me to reduce my baggage, and Eric wants me to pay more. I'm in trouble now on this, We have to wrap this up, so yeah, our payday has come. Eric, just looking sort of quickly to the future, and again, maybe a bit of a call to action, what do we really need to be doing, to head in that direction, of responsible sustainability?
Look, I think for all of us, we need to be aware, and I think taking action, whether it's, reducing our luggage or taking some contribution to the carbon credits today is important. Companies need to look at this as well. And then we need to get the systems right for the long-term adoption of the solutions we need, i.e. through book and claim.
Kim, if there was a call to action for you, apart from everybody sign up and book with, our new Riyadh Air, what would it be?
In addition to what Eric had said, it's about finding the right partners that can collaborate with you to be able to progress the momentum and move forward, try new things, use innovation to be able to ideally move at a faster pace and create a better contribution.
Ahmed, the oil sustainability program you're working on a lot of programs, you're doing a lot at the minute, but again, when you look around, what do we need from the consumers, from the business, from everybody?
Yeah, I think the key word here is collaboration. We need to collaborate and recognize all efforts that leads towards sustainability. No matter how small these efforts, we need to support it. The pace is for the growth for the aviation sector is very quick, and we need to cope with that. We need also have regulators that are ready, agile, and quick in making the certification ready and available for all the technologies that can help achieve the sustainability of the sector.
And Al-Walid, I leave you the closing word. The National Development Division, forever busy, and particularly now on the aviation side where you work. Again, what's your call to action? What do you want to see? What would make your job a little bit easier?
There isn't a one answer for that, but to be honest, there's been a lot of groundwork in the past 2 to 3 years. We've been exploring and identifying so many pathways. We've been getting a lot of collaborations from government, portfolio companies, private sector. Everybody is bought in towards this direction of improving the sustainability of Saudi Arabia. And I think the path is still going on, and we'll still continue to head to that path.
Yeah, and again, I think the dynamics of just the market here in terms of what's happening, it's an exciting time, but it's probably going to get even more exciting because I think when new cities open up and new routes open up, and we can see the international momentum that, clearly has Saudi Arabia in its eyes. So it's a great potential within this business, and I think even the potential for a lot of new business to come into the aviation sector, I think will be endless. So you're all in the right place, right time. So I want to thank you all. Eric, Kim, thank you so much. Ahmed and Al-Walid.
Thank
you all for your great sharing your experience and your great expertise.
Thank you so much, Athena. Thank you
and my
so
dear
much.
audience, thanks for staying with us. Come, we must get a picture now. Here, I'll come in the middle here because we'll do.
We do the opposite of
Yeah.
the Irish.
Here we got Kim there. We got the mix and match now. Have we? Thank you all so much, and thanks to you. Good luck with all the great work you're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, my dear. This is the programming side of this stage has sort of come to a close, but we will have MOU signing here. So we really want to see you back here in, Paul, give me a check. What time MOUs? 2:30 back here. So we have a few exciting MOUs, and we'd love to have a few of you to witness what's going on in the market, to see some of the exciting operations that are happening, and the fact that business has been done around us. So thank you all so much. I look forward to seeing you back here at 2:30. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. Lovely to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. And you know how excited I get about MOUs. You know, this is when all of you have done so much hard work and you've moved to this level. So this is the great launching pad, so to speak. So it's very, very important. And here at the PIF private sector to actually make sure that we get these MOUs signed, that we get our people in place. You know, it is just the start of great success and, you know, great aspirations for the future. And indeed, it's a big confidence in the work that you all do, in the work that Saudi Arabia is doing, and indeed in the prospects for the future, particularly in this industry. So I have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage as our witness for the next two signing of MOU, His Excellency Dr. Nabil Al-Amoudi. Where is he? He's nearby. So I know we're just, you have to come, and lovely to see you back. Yes, yes, good to see you back here. And now, if I could please invite our dear companies up, Alupco and Mac Metal, the first MOU. So if I can have the dear colleagues who are going to sign for Alupco and Mac Metal. And this is really about partnering now on localizing the manufacturing of aluminium solar frames here in Saudi Arabia. And I had the honor to have Alupco on a panel earlier. We heard about the great work that they're doing, the work they've been doing here over the last 50 years indeed, and just their tremendous journey in the region, really looking at what's happening in this sector. And again, I think their story from being a pure aluminium play to becoming a very diversified player in the sector. And here we are, again, we had talked a little bit about the partnerships earlier, but now this is even widening that partnership gap. So Alupco and Mac Metal, again, localizing manufacture of aluminum solar frames. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And please stay, we have a little photo, of course. Any of our other colleagues from Alupco or Mac Metal that should be here? Let's get the key people first, if we get one picture with them, and then we'll have a big group photo. So let's get these four. Are you centered well and looking fabulous? This is what it's all about. And then we'll add the family to this wider picture. So I think we're ready. Family photo now. Okay, stay with your colleagues are coming. And again, it's a great time. It's a lovely historic day to witness this. And then, of course, our expectations for the future now to keep the boss busy and make sure that he delivers on all of this. This is what, you know, we'll remember this day when we signed the MOU and got this started. So once again, a big congratulations to you all. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Dr. Nabil, please stay with us. What's his name? Alupco. We don't know his name. No, I don't know his name. We have another Alupco, please. So if we have Dr. Nabil will stay with us. And we're now going to witness the MOU between Alupco and Divar. Here we are, Alupco and Divar. Now, again, this is, you know, continuing that journey, really looking at a local manufacturing facility here in Saudi, another local manufacturing facility. So this is really exciting here. And again, this is for Divar Integrated Solutions. They're going to be delivering raised access flooring products that are going to meet international standards. And really, these have to be very specialized because these are for data centers, office buildings, hospitals, and indeed our friends at Aramco. So you know the spec there. We've got to have the very, very best when it comes to the raised flooring products. So Divar and Alupco, gentlemen, thank you so much. So we have all of our colleagues here for Alupco and Divar. And good luck to you in, again, another local manufacturing facility. So this is so exciting for us. So, we have a few more colleagues quickly. up and get the picture. Get in our family photo here. The Alupco and the Divar extended family. We could be here all day, gentlemen. So we need you to be ready to come. If you're part of the family, you have to be ready to show up. But well done to all of you. And again, I know how hard every one of you work to get this to a point where, you know, we have this MOU signed. That's it. No, we like this. We need a big family. We have a lot of work that's going to come, I hope. So well done to all of you, each and every one of you, really putting all your time and effort and energy into doing this. Okay, thank you all so much. I need my stage back now. We'll have to bring the family gathering to the next room. Congratulations to you all, and again, good luck with all of the, this is going to keep Alupco very busy. Nabil was saying he has some other MOUs, so true enough, this will keep you all very busy for a while. Thank you, gentlemen, so much, and good luck to you with all of these great projects. Bye-bye, lovely to see you all. Thank you so much. We now have an MOU between Al Jureid Group and Delos Living from the USA. So Al Jureid Group and Delos Living. Here we are. Delos. Lovely to see Shannon and Robert. Here we go. How wonderful. And of course, we're looking at establishing a strategic this collaboration aimed at advancing healthier, higher quality, and future-ready buildings across the region here. And this is so important. We had talked earlier about the, buildings getting to LEED standard, but not alone do people enjoy the sustainability there, but more importantly, people enjoy a healthy lifestyle at the buildings, to show up and to have it be a healthy and happy place to go to work and to really experience that joy of being in a healthy environment. This is so, so important. So I know Shannon's been working on this for a long time, and long may this continue here. So Al Jureid Group and Delos, yeah? Delos, I have it right? Once again, big congratulations to you all. And here we are to see healthier and happier buildings all over Saudi Arabia. Al Jureid Group we'll take a nice family photo here. Paul is getting a workout today. It's good for him. So wonderful. Congratulations to you all. And again, I think we're seeing that movement towards better work environments, better living conditions, and it is so important for all of our buildings here. And there'll be many, many more buildings, so keep up the good work, my dear. We have another one, Al Jureid, I'm correct? Jureid? Yes. Yes, stay with us. And CBRE. So Al Jureid Group and CBRE. If we can get the first signing first, and then we'll bring everybody up for the picture, but whatever suits you. Okay, my dears, here we are, Al Jureid Group and CBRE. And really now, this is to explore collaborative opportunities for workspace and facilities management services in the KSA here. Here in the Kingdom, we're looking at this, looking at the expertise from CBRE, really into the integrated facilities management, and of course, Al Jureid Group, the local knowledge here, the expertise, the buildings they already have in place, but really to upscale, the management, facilities management here that is so important. So this is the MOU with Al Jureid Group and CBRE. So once again, congratulations, and thank you all so much for the work, the effort put in to getting it to this point. And of course, facilities management, something that we're seeing really improve and increase and deliver fabulous services around the kingdom. So thank you all so much, and good luck with all the great work you've put in. Lovely to see you all, and we'll be looking forward to fabulous buildings now and wonderful facilities management everywhere we go. Our next MOU is with Sajco Precast and Saudi Cyprus Foundries. So this is a collaboration on conducting trials for the validation of recycled waste sand material. And this, of course, at a time when we have so much in construction in the area, this is so important that we actually put in the sustainability factor in here to actually recycle the waste sand material and use this in the precast concrete production. Ultimately, this will be a transition towards a sustainable and circular solutions, which in the construction area is very, very important. The construction area, of course, has a lot of waste material, and it's wonderful to see initiatives here that are really, doing their very best here to build sustainability into, every process, and to build that recycling and reusing, that capability that actually makes such a difference for all of our dear people. So here we are, Sajco Precast and Saudi Cyprus. Do you have any other colleagues in the audience? You have the whole group up here? Do we have our colleagues with us? So lovely to see everybody here. Saudi Cyprus Foundries and Sajco Precast, the MOU that really is this very innovative process that's going to do so much and hopefully will be a great example to many more people in the construction industry. We're going to take a little break for a couple of minutes. I will be back with many more MOUs. So I know everybody is just putting the finishing touches before they come on stage and sign the dotted line. So please do wait with us, and we'll have some more exciting companies and a few lovely more projects in the works for us. But again, well done and congratulations to all of our MOUs so far: Alupco, MacMetal, Divar, Al Juraid, Delos Living, CBRE, Sajco, and Saudi Cyprus Foundries. Oh, it'll be a couple of minutes. So I think they're serving coffee outside. If anybody wants to have a coffee and relax, I think you have about 10 minutes to do it. So we won't be back for about 10 minutes. So what do we say? After these messages, we'll take a short break. Thank you all. know that man with his silly socks. I know him. Oh, don't.
Okay, we're good to start. We can start.
Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. Lovely to have you all here. And we're here to witness the signing of an MOU. As I say, we always get excited about an MOU. And this one, particularly with PIF and KAUST, and of course KAUST being the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, such a wonderful establishment here in the region. So if I might have our signatories on stage, please. This is an MOU between PIF and KAUST to really look at research and innovation and really look at aligning this with PIF's priorities in sustainability, mobility, energy, industry, and emerging technologies, as well as health and well-being. And again, this is very much enabling advancement across real estate, construction, and development. And of course, for those of you who know KAUST, it is indeed a world-class institution whereby many of, not just Saudi graduates are coming out, but people from around the world really looking at science and technology and some of the finest brains coming out of this wonderful establishment. So we're all very proud to find that MOU today between PIF and the King Abdullah University for Science and Technology. So long may the technology thrive in academia, in progress, and again, delivering for Saudi Arabia the great minds and the great talent, and not just for Saudi Arabia, indeed, for beyond Saudi Arabia. A gift to the world in terms of excellence and academia. Wonderful. Lovely to see you. How are you doing? Good. Lovely to see you all. Great. Bye-bye. Well done. I like these ones. Come join us. Absolutely. It's not every day we have an MOU signing, so please, I want all our dear colleagues and anybody who's with BCA, also we're going to call you up for the second picture. So please, if you're with BCA, be on standby. So are all our dear colleagues here? Again, we've signed some very important MOUs this afternoon, and we will now continue to sign one. And it is very exciting, the tremendous work that PIF is doing. And the MOU now, this afternoon, is between PIF and BCA International. So if our signatories could please come and join us on the stage. Good afternoon, madam. The MOU between PIF and BCA International. And the purpose on this, we have our colleague from PIF, our signatory. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. This indeed to cooperate and identify potential area of support for PIF's transformational and development goals in the built environment and the construction sector here in KSA. So wonderful to have BCA on board here and to actually witness this MOU between PIF and BCA. BCA International, of course, looking at the environment and the construction sector. It's lovely to have a new MOU ready to go. So wonderful to have this picture. Now, do we have any colleagues from BCA who might like to join for a picture? No colleagues from BCA? No colleagues from BCA. Any colleagues? We have anybody from the family photo BCA, please. It's always lovely to get many of the people here because you'll be doing the hard work anyway. So it's nice to get you on stage and just to... This is the nice quiet time before all the hard work begins. So it's always lovely to have you with us. Sir, we'll take your badge off the way you're looking. Sir. Or close it. There you go. No, not that badge. Once again, a big congratulations to PIF and BCA International. As I said, and the real work begins from here. It's great to have the MOU in place. And from now on, as I said, the real work begins. Really looking at the construction sector here in the kingdom and looking at the built environment. So wonderful news. Voila, is that it?